Good afternoon. I'd like to call our board meeting to order. It is 1:06 on Thursday, September 5th, 2024. I'd like to start with the roll call. Gilda Dominguez, myself, Chair, present. Dr. Amy White.
Here.
Mr. Todd Borges.
Here.
Ms. Karen Chang.
Here.
Mr. John Danderand.
Here.
Dr. Charles Sanders.
Here.
Dr. Tamara Chambers.
Here.
And we have 2 vacancies. We do have a quorum. I'd also like to ask the board staff to announce who is present during this meeting.
Good afternoon, everyone. Paul Sanchez, Executive Officer of the Board. I have with us our staff, Assistant Executive Officer Sharice Burns, and our Legislation Regulations Analyst, Maria Lorenzo.
Good afternoon, Yuping Lin, Board Counsel.
Thank you. I'd like to move to agenda item number 2, the swearing in of our new board member. I'd like to introduce Dr. Tamara Chambers, and I'd like for you to stand, come to the front. Is this book right?
No.
Okay.
You can use my book.
Okay, use yours, it's open. I'd like to ask for you to place your hand on the. I will read the oath and ask for you to repeat the words after me. I, state your name,
I, Tamara Noel Chambers,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States,
that I will, say that again,
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith
that I will bear true faith
and allegiance
and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I will take this obligation freely
that I will take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
that I will and faithfully discharge
the duties upon which I am about to enter.
the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
Thank you. Congratulations
Thank
and
you.
welcome to the board. I would like to now ask for any public comment for anyone who is in the room. Okay. Hearing none, I'd like to move to agenda item number 3 for public comment for items not on the agenda. There are no public members in the room? Okay. So at this time, we will recess to the committee meeting. The Audiology Practice Committee will convene at this time. Thank you. Good afternoon. We are reconvening for the full board meeting agenda, calling the meeting to order at 2:05 p.m. I'd like to begin with the roll call again. Myself, I'm present, Gilda Dominguez, Board Chair. Dr. Amy White.
Here.
Mr. Todd Borges.
Here.
Ms. Karen Chang. Here. Mr. John Danderand.
Here.
Dr. Charles Sanders.
Here.
Dr. Tamara Chambers.
Here.
We have a quorum. I'd also like to briefly have the board staff announce who is present as well.
Paul Sanchez, Executive Officer. You guys can introduce yourselves.
Sharice Burns, Assistant Executive Officer.
Maria Lorenzo, Legislation, Regulations, Budget Analyst.
Yuping Lin, Board Counsel.
Thank you. I'd like to reintroduce our newest board member, Dr. Tamara Chambers. Again, welcome. We look forward to working with you in this capacity. I'd like to ask if there are any comments from the fellow board members. Excellent.
We're glad you're here.
Dr. Chambers, would you like to introduce yourself and tell a little bit about yourself to the board?
Hi, I'm Tamara Chambers. I'm an otolaryngologist head neck surgeon. I practice at LA General Medical Center. I also have an appointment in the Keck School of Medicine as an associate program director and associate professor.
Well, welcome again. Thank you. I'd like to move to agenda item 5 for the review and possible approval of the March 1st, 2024 meeting minutes. I'd like to ask Ms. Lorenzo to present this agenda item.
Thank you, Ms. Dominguez. The minutes includes a public hearing where the board accepted public comments on proposed regulatory action related to hearing aid dispensing advertising.
I'd like to open it up for board discussion. Is there any board discussion on this agenda item? Okay, hearing none, I'd like to ask for a motion to approve these minutes in a second.
I move to approve the minutes.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. There is no one present for public comment, so I would like to ask Ms. Burns to conduct the roll call vote.
Gilda Dominguez.
Aye.
Dr. White. Aye. Todd Borges.
Aye.
Karen Chang.
Aye.
John Dandurand.
Aye.
Dr. Sanders.
Aye.
Dr. Chambers.
Aye.
And the motion carries.
Thank you. I'd like to move to agenda item 6 for the review and possible approval of the June 12th, 2024 board meeting minutes. I'd like to ask Ms. Lorenzo to present this agenda item.
Thank you, Ms. Dominguez. The minutes includes the board meeting where the board developed a new strategic plan and responded to public comments for proposed regulatory actions related to HAD continuing education, SLP and audiology continuing professional development, and HAD advertising.
Thank you. Is there any board discussion for this agenda item regarding the minutes? Hearing none, I'd like to ask for a motion to approve these meeting minutes and a second.
I move to approve the June 2024 board meeting minutes.
Thank you. And a second?
I second.
Thank you. There is no one present for public comment, so I'd like to ask Ms. Burns to conduct the roll call vote.
Gilda Dominguez.
Aye.
Dr. White. Aye. Todd Borges.
Aye.
Karen Chang.
Aye.
John Dandurand.
Aye.
Dr. Sanders.
Aye.
Dr. Chambers.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Moving to agenda item 7 for the review and possible approval of the July 18th, 2024 board meeting minutes. I'd like to ask Ms. Lorenzo to present this agenda item regarding these minutes.
Thank you, Ms. Dominguez. The minute includes the board meeting where the board responded to public comments for proposed regulatory action related to SLP and audiology continuing professional development.
I'd like to open for board discussion. Are there any comments or discussion regarding this agenda item? Okay, hearing none, I'd like to ask for a motion to approve these board meeting minutes and a second.
I move to approve the July 2024 board meeting minutes.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Thank you. There is no one present for public comment, so I'd like to ask Ms. Burns to conduct the roll call vote.
Gilda Dominguez.
Aye.
Dr. White. Aye. Todd Borges.
Aye.
Karen Chang.
Aye.
John Dandurand.
Aye.
Dr. Sanders.
Aye.
Dr. Chambers.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Moving to agenda item 8, the DCA update, the DCA Board and Bureau Relations. I'd like to ask Ms. Dorantes to present the update.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone.
Afternoon.
I'd like to start by welcoming Dr. Chambers to the board. It's so nice to see you. My name is Yvonne Durantes. I am the Assistant Deputy Director of our Board and Bureau Relations. So I'm often the face behind the member relations emails that you get. So I'm here to assist you with anything that I can. And I am happy to be here to provide updates for you all. And I also just have to say that I've been with DCA for almost 2 years now, and this is the shortest update I've ever given. So it's only 2 pages long. So thank you all for being here and for listening to my updates. I'm also happy to repeat any of the information or answer any questions as well. So starting off, Budget Letter 2420 in regard to vacancy savings and position elimination work, DCA continues to address the state's budget deficit, and at the end of July, the Department of Finance issued Budget Letter 2420 that outlines the assumed reduction of the state's workforce by 10,000 vacancies and $1.5 billion. The Department of Finance estimated a target reduction for each state department by reviewing the department's vacancies and then assuming half of the savings from those vacant positions. DCA worked closely with agency and each board and bureau to provide detailed notes, requested exclusions, and justifications position by position. DCA submitted a proposed vacancy reduction plan to the Department of Finance mid-August and is now awaiting approval. In regard to Budget Letter 2424, in regard to government efficiencies reductions, on August 16th, 2024, the Department of Finance also issued Budget Letter 2424, which outlines the reduction of state departmental budgets by 7.95% in order to achieve state savings of $2.1 billion in 2024 to 2025 and future fiscal years. DCA is identifying fixed cost exemptions that cannot be reduced, such as the Office of Attorney General and Office of Administrative Hearings, so they can be excluded from consideration. The final budget reduction plan will be submitted to agency and the Department of Finance for approval later this month. And DCA's budget office does continue to work closely with each board and bureau on these reduction requests, while always balancing the mission of consumer protection. So these are very challenging budget exercises, and the department would like to acknowledge all of your leadership and thoughtfulness and diligent efforts throughout this process, especially given there has been such quick deadlines. So we want to commend your staff as well. And so DCA will continue to share updates from the Department of Finance as they are received. And as a reminder, DCA boards and bureaus must continue to scrutinize expenditures and maximize cost savings, only authorizing expenditures that are mission critical and essential to operations. Lastly, just wanted to shed spotlight to one of our innovative recognition. And so DCA is very proud to share that on August 20th, Jason Piccioni, DCA's Deputy Director of the Office of Information Services, was honored for developing DCA's Federal Professional License Portability and State Registration Portal. Jason received the Best of California Award in the Innovation Serving the Public category at the 2024 California Government Innovation Summit. And that was launched last fall, and DCA boards and bureaus have since then accepted over 176 individuals to practice in California through that online portal. And DCA did not receive any additional funding or staffing for its implementation and has worked very hard to ensure the efficiency and to be able to serve the military members and their spouses that had to relocate to California. And so we just wanted to put a little bit of spotlight on our team member there. And that's all I have for you today.
Thank you so much for your report. I'd like to ask if there is a comment from any of the board members regarding the report. Well, thank you for that information. We
Great.
do appreciate that.
Thank you all.
I'd like to move to Agenda Item 9, Board Chair's Report. I'd like to start with the board and committee meeting calendar. We've already had 4 meetings this year, in February, on February 2nd, in March, on March 1st, in June, on June 12th, and in July, on July 18th. And currently, we do have our 2-day meeting today and tomorrow, September 5th, and September 6th. I do know that there is a possible conflict for the meeting dates November 6th and November 7th. So I'd like to open up the discussion to the board regarding the potential meeting dates for November 14th and November 15th. I'd like to ask Mr. Sanchez if this is going to be given the state of affairs, if this is going to be an in-person meeting or if this is going to be a teleconference, so that will help with the discussion.
I'll talk a little bit more about this when we get to my budget report, but I think that there's a possibility that we will be doing it remotely. We still haven't given up on the idea of having that in Sacramento. We plan on having possibly another petition for reinstatement or reduction of penalty. So we would like to have that meeting in person, but if the budget does not allow it, then we'll be doing it remotely. So it's too early to tell.
Okay. So given that information, would November 14th and 15th be a possibility to reschedule this meeting?
I would not be available.
Okay.
I will also have a conflicting meeting on the 14th.
Okay.
So is the problem with the 6th and 7th because of scheduling for other people, or does it have to do with the budgetary and the teleconference possibility?
No, it's scheduling. It's one day in particular, right, Sharice?
Yes, the 7th is not available, but I don't know if moving it to the 5th and 6th might work, but it'd be in Sacramento, so that would be, yeah, that would be a bad call.
Did we consider the 12th and the 13th? Is that a,
Well, there's Veterans Day on the 11th, so it's not impossible to follow a holiday. It just doesn't
Right.
usually work well, especially with people that go on vacation.
I'll be out that whole week.
That whole week, okay.
Okay.
Well, that answers that question. Yeah, that kind of, and then we have practical examinations, this 22nd and 23rd. So it's really, really difficult to do practical examinations and a board meeting in the same week. I mean, I can do it, but like, it's really.
well, November is a difficult month too, because we're getting into holidays.
Yeah.
And we usually do this meeting early in November for that purpose. So I think it just depends on,
Maybe
it
how
sounds
about-
like our availability is really limited here.
Why don't we just do it on the 20th and 29th, and everyone can come to our place for Thanksgiving? I'll just host everyone.
And we probably have a quorum without me if we need to,
On the 29th?
right? Or in that week of November that you're asking.
Sorry.
14th, 15th, we still have a quorum if she's not.
We would still have a quorum if you're not there.
On the
We would
14th
just
and
be
15th?
one shy of not having a quorum. So we would need to make sure that the 6 that are available absolutely come. Yeah, we would have to.
I have an osteo meeting on the 14th. I'm available on the 15th, but it's going to be a 2-day meeting, right?
The other option being do what Paul said and go to the 12th and 13th right following a holiday, but then that's all up to you guys, because that means you're flying the day after Veterans Day.
Yeah.
It's not usually.
What about the following week,
Yeah.
the 18th, week of the 18th?
Oh,
The week before?
I have practical exams that week, so. It's our 22nd and 23rd. And that, I mean, we're just packed.
So it's December 5th and 6th, kind of a non-starter.
I could do.
Pretty much, I mean, well, it sounded like it when we were talking last time, but that first week of December is open. But that's for me and staff. I don't know if that works for everybody else. Is the first week of December?
That
I
works
can
for
do
me.
it. Works for me.
Okay. How about December 5th and 6th? Yeah? All right. Going once, going twice, sold, yeah?
Works for me.
Oh, no, wait, I can't go that.
Yes.
But it's also possibly remote.
Yeah, possibly remote, but we'll have to let you know.
Okay,
When we get to his report, we'll talk more about how that's really difficult to estimate.
great. Okay, thank you. So tentatively December 5th and 6th?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. All righty. 5th and 6th. So at this point, I'd like to ask Dr. White to provide an update on the Audiology Practice Committee meeting.
All right, so Audiology Practice Committee met earlier today, discussed requirements related to possibly amending regulations regarding the general application requirements for speech-language pathology and audiology aids, and as stated in Title 16 Code of Regulations. There had been some previous discussion about carving out some of the specifics related to industrial aids in audiology and what that means, what their certification is, where their place of work is. So we did have further discussion about that today, but decided to take no further action today as we directed the board staff to go back and make some more language changes and updates. And so they'll be coming back to the committee with that. The committee also would recommend to the board chair that the Speech-Language Pathology Practice Committee look at the same set of regs and see what kind of updates may need to be there for the speech-language pathology aids as we're making these changes for the audiology aids. And that's it.
Thank you. I'd like to move to the board. Thank you. I'd like to move to the standing committees and the assignments for the Speech Language Pathology Practice Committee. We have myself as the chair, and Dr. Tamara Chambers, you have been appointed as the newest member of that committee, and we still do have a vacancy in the profession of speech language pathology. For the Audiology Practice Committee, which did have a meeting today, the members are Dr. Amy White, Dr. Charles Sanders, and Dr. Tamara Chambers has been assigned to that committee as well, and Karen Chang, Ms. Karen Chang is also a member. For the Hearing Aid Dispensers Practice Committee, members are status quo, Mr. Todd Borges, John Danduran, and Ms. Karen Chang. And for the Hearing Aid Dispensing Committee, Mr. Todd Borges, Mr. John Danduran, Dr. Charles Sanders, Dr. Amy White, and newly appointed board member, Dr. Tamara Chambers, has been added to this committee. And for the ad hoc committees, those stay status quo. Myself on the Sunset Review Ad Hoc Committee, and Dr. Amy White as chair and vice chair for that meeting, committee meetings. And for the Enforcement Ad Hoc Committee, myself and Mr. Todd Borges. And for the Legislative Ad Hoc Committee, Karen Chang as the chair and myself as the member. Thank you. I'd like to open up for any comment from the board members regarding this report. Okay. Thank you. And there are no public members for comment, so we will move on to agenda item number 10, our executive officer's report. So I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Sanchez.
Good afternoon again, everyone. We provided you with a handout today, and that's agenda item number 10, the executive officer's report. It has the summary of my report and some attachments that go along with it. So please refer to that during this presentation. I also want to just take the time to thank Mount San Antonio College for making this available to us. They've always been very gracious and cooperative in helping us have our meetings here in Southern California. For those of you that don't know, we actually have a mandate in law that we're supposed to have at least one meeting here in Southern California every year. So it gets a little more difficult to have meetings at some of these hotel locations. So we really appreciate it. I just want to start out, the purpose of this report is just to inform the board of some of the things that are happening in the board office and our operations to keep you informed of all the different business areas within the board. So I'll start with our administration update. Some pretty good news here. You know, we always have to go through the hiring process, and hires and turnover is really important to our board because we're a small office. So one vacancy, you know, as I've mentioned before, can have a significant impact on our board. And we come with good intentions and we make promises that we're going to fill all the positions, hopefully by the next board meeting, and sometimes that's a challenge to do. But this time we were able to do it. We actually had 3 vacancies at our last board meeting, and we had to really scramble to try to get those positions filled. And we were able to fill those vacancies. One of them was an enforcement analyst. One of them was a continuing education auditor. It's the first time the board has ever had that, someone that's going to actually be assigned to focusing on continuing education. That person will probably also help us in the areas of enforcement. Just kind of the process of continuing education is we're looking for compliance. We do believe that the majority of licensees are in compliance with their CE, but it's a good way to make sure that people are in compliance, because once they know that we're conducting these audits, it'll kind of keep people on task. If someone is not in compliance, then there's different ways that can go. You know, sometimes it's educational, it's a warning. Sometimes we might even resort to a citation and fine. So that's the first time we've had a CE auditor at this board, and we're hoping to get some good information out to our licensees and make sure that people are in compliance with that. By the way, that's also that's been an important topic for the Sunset Review Committee. When we go before business and professions, we don't have any board members that have presented with me on that, but that's one thing that they always come back to me is, what are you doing about CE? How many audits have you done? And, you know, we're limited in resources like most boards, so we tend to, you know, come up with the excuse that we just don't have the resources, so it's been limited. Now we have the resources, so we're expected to do these audits. The other position was a licensing technician. This is another new position. In the past, licensing analysts have done a lot of the technical, a lot of the clerical work involved, or we've relied on our receptionist desk to handle that. So what we're trying to do is be more efficient. Now we have a technician that's actually doing a lot of the technical work associated with licensing applications. So a lot of the strategies to tackle our licensing problem of workload, you're going to start to see some of the fruits of our labor as I continue. So the good news is we've hired everybody, and I always got to knock on wood, because the moment I say that, right, you find out that someone else is moving on. But for now, knock on wood, we're fully staffed. I want to talk a little bit about budgets. Budgets has been another area of our focus. Sharice and I have been really focused on our budget. So I want to provide you with a budget report first and just kind of let me talk about our budget savings first. What we're experiencing, I've mentioned this at the last board meeting, is the current administration has said, we want everyone under the governor's authority to make cuts to achieve cost savings for the state. Now, as you know, our funding comes from our licensing fees. We don't get our funding from the general fund, but the administration still wants us to look for those same cost savings. So that's our challenge. We have a goal of a requirement of 7.95%. So Sharice and I have to look at that. Ms. Durantes was mentioning how we come about that number. We're looking at some fixed costs that wouldn't apply. We don't have specific direction on that, but that's what DCA budgets are trying to look into that for us, and we're trying to identify those costs. That's why today we can't tell you for certain whether the meeting would be remote or the meeting would be in person, because one of the areas that we had to identify as a potential cost savings is having a remote board meeting. The drawback is we don't get to be in person, but the positive is when we have remote meetings, we actually get a pretty good participation rate too. So it's not so bad either way, but we do want to have that meeting in person for the purpose of having a petition hearing at that meeting. So at this time, we're looking at achieving the cost savings through making some of those budget cuts in our office through our budget. The other thing that we have been, the other challenge that has been presented to us is to look at our vacancies. And they call it a vacancy sweep in state government, and it's usually set at a point in time. So I believe for this one, it was at the end of the budget year, which would have been the end of June into the July fiscal, the month of July. And they want all boards and all departments to identify their vacancies at that time and achieve that same savings. For us, we're actually looking at how we're going to address that. So stay tuned. I don't have information. I don't want to get ahead of myself either there. So at this time, that's just another challenge that we're trying to work with. And our DCA budgets has been actually great. I mean, they've just been really great at helping guide us through this. And not just DCA budgets, but our executive office. We have a director, Kim Kirchmeier, who was a former executive officer. She used to be the executive officer of the medical board. She has a very good understanding of how board operations work. So she's actually trying to help us get through all this and help everyone kind of understand what we're dealing with. So stay tuned for that too. I just wanted to make you aware of what some of the challenges that we're encountering right now. Now, onto the actual budget report. I know we have several new board members, so I just want to make sure everyone understands a little bit more about our budget. Included in your report is our budget report. It's our expenditure report. It's a colorful landscape page. And the purpose of this report is to kind of show you where we are with our expenditures. This is the report, even though it's dated September 5th, it's a report that goes through the end of the budget year 23-24. And we call this the month 13 budget report. Well, we all know there's not a 13th month in the calendar, but what this is a month that kind of reconciles the whole year. So this is the almost final report of budgets, because anyone that works in accounting knows that nothing's ever final, but this is as final as it gets. And what this tells us here is the top of the section talks about personnel services, and it shows what our balance is. You can see at the end of the fiscal year, we're in the black there. And then the second section is operating expenses and equipment. So one is basically personnel, and the other one is all the other operating expenses. The important thing here is that we are in the black at the end of the fiscal year. You'll see there are different areas that might be in the red and different areas that might be in the black. But the bottom line is what's important here. And we ended up with a surplus of about $159,000, which is about 5%. Little over 5% of our total budget, and that's typically what you want as a board. You want to be between 3 and 5% to play it safe. Are there any questions on the budget report dealing with expenditures before I go to the next part? Yes.
Sorry, can you just comment on the printing, what took place with printing where it went so far above the budget?
Ms. Burns can comment on that.
Yeah, go ahead.
So that's a projection to the year end, and what I can actually tell you is the detail is there's a switch between one contracted printing vendor to another. So we've encumbered essentially 2 contracts. We're not going to expend that, but that's what budgets projects us to because we have a contract for it. But I can already tell you that the switch has just happened. They haven't printed anything.
Great.
So
Did you want to know more about what the printing consists of?
No,
Okay.
that was fine. I mean, obviously it's a projection.
Right.
Yeah.
And
Right.
so just curious on why that number
went up
compared to all the
50
other
grand from the
numbers.
prior year, yeah.
Yeah. So-
You'll also see that there are some areas that, every year we look at our budget and we try to kind of make it true to what it is, but it's always a challenge. For instance, we've always had to use overtime to meet the demand of licensing and the demand of exams. So that's something that you'll probably always see that, but I think the dependence on that is probably going to decrease significantly with some of the changes that we're making in licensing.
And just as a reminder, that large figure there is not all overtime. So that also includes retirement payouts and lump sums and other things, so.
And you were also short-staffed, so.
We were short-staffed last year, but we also had a retirement, and then we also had overtime in order to catch up and then kind of to keep things rolling at the quick pace they're going right now.
Yeah. But I think what you've seen over the years is probably about 50,000 in that area for the whole year. So you're going to see some areas that are like that. Printing is, I believe a lot of that is the renewals that we send out, right?
A good chunk is renewals, but a lot of it is also, when you first get licensed, you get your license and then the little, the wall certification, and then you also get the small piece that you paste on there. So there's a lot of printing that occurs, and then as we look for reductions, one thing would be, we print a lot of renewals, and about 70% of people renew online, so they're not actually even using that paper renewal that we're mailing, which has multiple pages and inserts, and it costs a good chunk. So those are also different ways we can look at things in the future.
Is it of consideration to do like what, is there a possible consideration to do like what, for CPR, they just email you a link to download your CPR card for BLS or?
Unfortunately, we don't have everyone's email yet, but there is one method that many of the boards and bureaus are looking at right now, which is to move to a postcard that would mail out. It's much cheaper. It is not obviously free like the email is, but everyone would get the same little postcard, and it says your renewal date on there, and it essentially says go online or go down. Essentially, you're going online either way, right? You're going to go online to renew, or you're going to go online, download the form, and then send in your check. So up to you, but no longer getting the paper form that you check the boxes and mail in. And as more boards have that high renewing online rate, that becomes even more like, why are we spending all this money on this paper that essentially is going in everyone's circular bin? So.
Right, so I think we'll probably learn more about, different ways, but we'll probably gradually get to that point, I imagine. That we'll get to that point where we're just doing this electronically.
I wonder if there's an extension to that, then you would just email them their renewal license that they could print out themselves as opposed to you printing it and sending it to them.
We're not there yet, but I do know that some boards are looking at having online license, so you would literally just be able to show your digital license, and that's something some boards are kind of adventuring into. So while we were the first into SimplyGov, maybe we won't be the first into that, but
then we'd have to change the reg that says you have to have your license
Publicly
visible.
that would be the one
Publicly
part,
displayed,
right?
so that wouldn't work.
Or
Yeah.
change the reg.
Yeah.
Many options, but
Right.
I do see where the department, other boards and bureaus, as we're all looking to be as efficient as possible, be as online as possible, be as paper-light as possible, all these new avenues, I think, will start being looked at and more feasible, hopefully.
I'd love to see the license online printable, because then you could maybe actually have the expiration date on it. That's the one thing that's always frustrating, is you get the one license that says your license, but now the only thing that shows what the renewal is the little pocket one that you have to either stick on the license or show them, and it's even a sticker we could put on it. But if it was something you could print online, it's easy to create a PDF that shows that new year, so you can see very clearly, yes, my license is current, when they have it displayed.
Well, we'll probably talk more about that as we get to doing some of our own research, and we'll come to you with some information so we could explore different ways of doing that. I want to also, unless there's any other information, any other questions about our expenditure report. I'll go into the fund condition report. That's the balance sheet looking report that you have right behind that. And this is what we call in state government a fund condition. And this is just to kind of give you an overview of our fund condition. We want to see how much money is coming in, and we project that out. So if you're looking at this, you have your beginning balance. And that's what we start with, obviously. You have your revenues, transfer, and other adjustment. This is the money that comes in. And if you look at pre-actuals 23, 24, that's, the revenue was $3.286 million. That's accurate. The projections that follow that are conservative projections. We have a pretty good idea that more than that amount is going to come in the following years, but we project conservatively. And then underneath that, you have your total resources, and that's where you're going to see the expenses for the year. One thing that you're looking at is you're looking for a good fiscal structure So if we have 3.2 million coming in, we're looking closely at how much we're budgeted to spend. Even though we don't spend all of that $2.95 million, we still want to be, we want to have a healthy budget where we have as much coming in revenue that is going out. The way we measure the health of our fund is we look at months in reserve. This is something that all boards do, and this basically just means that if we had to stop taking in money or if operations stopped for some reason as far as collecting revenue, this is how long the board could operate. So we're at about 6.8 months right now, and for the next 3 years, our outlook is pretty healthy. Does anyone have questions on the fund condition before I go on? Okay, let's talk about outreach. I like to keep you informed of the outreach that we're doing. We're obviously limited in what we can do. I'm planning on participating in the California Academy of Audiology conference with Dr. White, and we're planning on, presenting it online. We're probably going to do a town hall somewhere down the road. But here's what we have done what we did in this quarter. Charisse and I periodically meet with California Speech Language Hearing Association leadership, and on July 15th we met with them. They're always curious about the regulations that we're working on, and they wanted to know about the regulations that we were talking about prior to our board meeting, our last board meeting. Dr. White and I met with the California Academy of Audiology Conference Committee to discuss our presentation and how we were going to present remotely and how to best address some of the questions and concerns that profession has. I had a follow-up meeting with them, with the leadership and the board of directors, to address some of their questions. And a lot of the questions that are important right now to the profession of audiology have to do with enforcement, third-party administrators, and unlicensed activity associated with those third-party administrators. So we had a good conversation, and we're kind of formulating a plan on how to answer some of these questions with the amount of time that we've been allotted. Going on to licensing, the other thing I want to add to this is that we make every effort to reach out to all the professions. You may not see that I'm presenting at one particular profession or another, but I actually do reach out to them. I contact them through email. Sometimes I pick up the phone. I know a lot of these people, and I want to make sure that I'm available to them. So we make ourselves available to all three of the professions. We make ourselves available to the programs, sometimes individual school programs. I want to talk to them about licensing. I want to talk to their students. We want to get a hold of them before they become professionals and kind of, give them some good information that'll prepare them for that. So we try to make every effort to do that, and you'll see throughout the year that we're talking to different groups. I'm going on to licensing. I think that, as you can see, there's a table at the bottom of that, licensing cycle times. Now, we dealt with a lot of complaints last year. I mean, probably more complaints than, I've always had complaints because our licensing cycle times are long, but we had to really take a hit in order to get this program running, as I explained at the last meeting. Prior to coming to the last meeting, I told Charisse, I want to be conservative. I don't want to make all these promises until I've had time to evaluate this. And the more time we have, the more that we're seeing evidence that the online system is giving us the results that we desired. Looking at that first line, you could see that last year we were at about 12 weeks to license a speech-language pathologist and audiologist. Now, we know that was a longer time because of all the work that we were doing on the program, but we've looked back to previous years, and we still see the improvement. So we're seeing reductions of about 50% and ranging in any 1 month, and 26% during non-peak months. We're seeing a 68% reduction during the peak seasons, peak months, which is a really big deal because, you know, everyone kind of dreads, oh, it's peak season, the board, it's going to take forever to get my license, and everyone starts panicking and calling. So it just creates a cycle of work and delays. So fortunately, we're not seeing that. We are still looking at our phone system. That's something that Sharice and I have been talking about. We're looking at that, but we are seeing the benefits of the work that we've done on our Apply Simply online licensing program. So what I have there is just a snapshot in time of some of the licensing processes. We have complete licensing applications. We have the supporting documents that are associated with the applications, and those are about 2 weeks out. Reviewing RPE applicant verifications, those are about 2 weeks, and hearing aid dispensing applications are at 2 weeks. Thank you. Practical exams, we provide you with the results of the most recent practical exam that was held on June 28th and 29th, and the statistics are there. The number, we had an exam for 49 candidates, and you could see the pass and the fail rates of those examinations. We also include a table that tells you just some statistics on the number of applications that we process and our licensing population. One thing that is pretty astounding to me is when I came to this board about 10 years ago, we had about 20,000 licensees. Now we have 42,000 licensees. Now you would expect in 10 years the number's going to increase, but that's a pretty dramatic increase for any board to just more than double in size. So we have about 42,516 licensees at the end of the fiscal year. That's at the end, at June 30th of 24. That is an all-time high. Now, the other thing to notice here is above that box is licenses issued. And this is important because this is a work that we do. We license people, right? We've always been teetering at, you know, almost 4,000 people. 21, 22, we were fully staffed that year. We had the capacity to license 4,251 people. Well, we were not even fully staffed this year because we had some vacancies. But with the online system, our capacity increased. And we licensed 5,316 people, which is an all-time high in one fiscal year, in 23-24. So I just wanted to point that out. We have a lot of successes to point out on this report. Now, going on to enforcement, we received about close to 150 complaints and subsequent arrest notifications. During that period, we issued 3 citations and fines. We have 10 formal discipline cases pending at the AG's office, Attorney General's office. We're monitoring 16 probationers. 7 of those require drug and alcohol testing and 3 are in told status. And then I have the last 12 months of formal discipline that the board has taken. Some of these cases you have previously seen, and some of them have surrendered their license. So those are listed here. And then finally, I want to talk a little bit about regulations. Maria Lorenzo is going to give you a regulations report later on in our meeting. But this is another great stride that the board has made. Last year, Department of Consumer Affairs told me, you guys produce more rulemaking than any other board except one board, which was a very large board. We're a small board. We're probably about maybe a quarter of their size, and we don't have as much staff designated to this. It's our shop is mostly Maria with the help of Sharice and I. So I'm just very proud to state that in the last couple of years, we've done 6 rulemaking files. We're on the verge of completing one more. We were hoping to give you the good news that it's complete, but we had some snags. We're going to probably have that one done, by the end of the month? Next week, yeah. And then we have another one that's close. So we will have completed 8 rulemaking files in a period of 2 years. So I just want to congratulate Maria for her good work and congratulate the board because we could not have done this without all of you. You guys put in the hard work. You guys kind of get under the hood and start tinkering with the language, and we come back to you time and time again, sometimes because we're trying to work things out. But we were able to get those done. We'll talk a little bit more about regs later on. So that's all I have to report to you, unless you have questions for me.
I have a question. You CC me on an email. You reached out to HHP,
Yes.
and they never got back to you? Or
No,
did they?
I have heard back from them, and
Okay.
we're planning on meeting sometime, probably after this meeting, so probably next few weeks.
Well, I'd like to thank you for your hard work, yourself and the office staff. Just based on your report, there's so many things that you're handling at the same time, multitasking and making sure that everything is accurate and doing your due diligence to be good stewards, right? And also being ethical. So really do appreciate that.
Going from 12 weeks to 2 weeks, that's a monster, man. That's
Amazing.
That's an amazing accomplishment.
I just want to point out the statistics of the reduction in processing timeframes. They don't even include looking at that 12-week, because that was just a blip out of the norm.
Right.
So that reduction is just based on regular prior years. So I didn't even want to add in the last year, the hard year, because that would have skewed our numbers. So those are some solid reductions.
True testament.
Last
to
Friday, I
hard
was
work.
jumping for joy, by the
So
way,
great.
when I was talking to Sharice Friday evening, and we're really proud of that. So, Sharice has been a great help to me, and I really appreciate that, because I could not have done this without her. We could not have done this without her. So the online licensing system was a huge success so far.
And huge shout out to our staff.
Yeah.
Between Tim and our licensing staff, really putting in the work, looking at all our processes, trying to make it as streamlined as possible.
And they're still working on this. They're actually
Oh,
doing
yeah.
some troubleshooting now, some special projects that they have to pull aside.
That's
So
a
thank you.
huge, that's a huge pain point, so that's
Yeah.
a
Yeah,
biggie.
thank you, thank you.
What month was your highest demand for requests?
What do you mean by
For
highest demand?
For licenses.
When does it peak?
Oh, so we start to peak in July, but usually July and August, and then we kind of have to dig out of the wave of applications. When we were doing the online licensing project, we unfortunately came in at a deficit. So staff would work a ton of overtime to keep us at the 30-day mark up until peak season, and then we would unfortunately just always increase. And soon enough, at the end of the year, or when we have a year's worth of data, I'll give it in a chart, and you can really see it. Like the processing times go from 4 weeks and then 6 to 8, but we came in at a deficit last year because of we were building the plane while we were flying it, so we were trying to hold it together with strings, and then, once we were able to dig out of that and just fully get into using the online system, that's where you start seeing it go down and down and down and stay there. And so even now, this is me being hands-on with my staff, right now, our peak is the last couple months where we've been seeing 100+ applications a week come in. But even with all of that, the online processes and the improvements we've made, it's just making such a difference. So it's big kudos to everyone, and amazing system, so very proud of it.
Does it pick up again in December, January?
It does. December, January, we'll see a bunch more speech-language pathology assistant applications, and then some off-season graduates. And then we do start seeing the audiology RPE or fellowship year applications start coming in January-ish, especially because they've already got their supervisor figured out the fall before. Speech pathology, you guys don't have that as much, so they have to wait a little longer, but so that's usually kind of see a little peak, but it's not too bad. The difference being, we used to struggle, and I mean, they were putting in hours and evenings and weekends, and they were working Saturdays just to keep us at 30 days. And now that's down to 2 weeks. So that's huge.
One of the things, CSUS have delayed the designation of their degrees until mid to late September from individuals who walked in June or May. And so it's this huge delay, so that's another group that'll be coming in September, but that's only small. It's only 8 of them.
We'll take all 8. I think the system will be able to handle it.
Well, congrats to you guys. You guys, there were some heated discussions a year ago, so.
Yep.
It's behind us now.
Any more board comments or questions? Okay, thank you. There's no one present for public comment, so we can move on to agenda item 11. The board 2025 through 2028 strategic plan review and approval. So I'd like to ask Mr. Sanchez and Ms. Burns to provide information on the draft of the 2025-2028 board strategic plan at this time.
Thank you. As you can see before you is the draft of our strategic plan. At our last meeting, we had a facilitated meeting with the solid staff, and we came up with some important parts of our plan, revising them, and most importantly, our objectives under our 5 goals. So our hope today is to have a good discussion on these goals, to look at them and go through it page by page, take the time. If we don't have enough time to complete this afternoon, then we can take on from where we left off tomorrow. Gilda Dominguez and I have talked about that, so we want to make sure that we give it the time that it deserves. I'll go through it page by page, and then Sharice and I will both kind of chime in. I think what we really hope to do, at the last meeting, we talked about, we made sure that you knew what we accomplished from the last plan, and you could see that most of what we identified was completed. We actually take this plan pretty seriously. Not just our staff, but the board members historically have really done a good job of keeping us on track. We don't have any special mechanism of doing it, but we've actually been able to do it. So we want to continue doing that. I think that's what's helped us achieve success. So we want to look at this plan, and we want to make sure that we've identified what's important. And if there's something that we think doesn't need to be there, then we can, you're the board, this is your plan, you can remove it. I think most importantly, though, we want to prioritize each section. That will help us when we're looking at our workload, saying, okay, let's focus on number 1 right now, and maybe we don't pay as much attention to number 4 or 5, so that we can focus on what's more important to the board with our limited resources. So I'll go ahead and start with the first page. Do you have anything else to add, Therese?
Oh, also, just if you see any edits, if there's any misspellings, typos, we got your name wrong, your degree wrong, or whatever, any of those things too. We'll also want to make sure we catch all those before we adopt it the next meeting.
So I'll just go through the plan too, and I know, Dr. Chambers, you weren't here, but feel free to ask any questions that you might have on any of these areas. I'll go past the cover page here. You have a table of contents on the second page. You're all listed on page 3, as well as the administration from DCA, and we've added our newest member there, Dr. Chambers. You have just the introduction, the language that was included in the last plan. It's very similar to that. It says about the board. If there's anything that you think needs to be included here, or any edits that you have, let us know. Does anyone have any changes on this page before we move on?
And just for context, a lot of the language was taken from last sunset, so.
Yeah. I'll go on to page 6, and we handed out the message from the chair. That's page 6 and 7. We appreciate Gilda Dominguez providing that for us. A message to anyone that reads this plan. We did revise the board values, and we kind of streamlined it a little bit, and we narrowed it down. We had more values identified, but we realized that some of them overlapped, and we focused on what was important to the board. So we have integrity, inclusion, efficiency, transparency, and accountability. And then we have at the center of that consumer protection, so that everyone gets that visual.
And then before you move on, I believe you want to talk about the vision and the
Oh, yeah.
highest quality comment.
You know, I just wanted to make sure that the board is okay with the way this reads. The vision reads, every person in the state of California has access to the highest quality diagnosis and treatment of communication and hearing disorders and related services. So this is a vision statement. It's not a legal statement or anything, but I just wanted to point out that when the board evaluates or measures complaints, we're looking at minimum standards. We're not looking at best practices. So I don't know if we want to say highest quality, or we just want to say has access to the quality diagnosis and treatment, or if anyone has any other ideas on it. This is a visionary statement, so keeping that in mind.
It's meant to be aspirational.
Right.
Highest. Yeah.
Everyone feels strongly on highest quality?
Highest.
Okay. We'll go on to the next page. You want to cover this, Charisse?
Yeah, so the first goal is licensing, and then we did revise the statement that goes with it. The board's licensing standards protect consumers while permitting reasonable access into the professions. And then the question, I guess, here is, you know, I think we'd like to make sure we number them in your guys' priority so that, you know, it reads in priority order. So, and I would, as much as I also want to expand online licensing services to improve efficiency, I don't know if that's the highest of the priorities in order. So if you'd like, I can read through them all, or do you just want to read through them? Any preference on if you want me to read them or not?
I would suggest 1.4 be moved closer to the top.
I was kind of thinking 1.2 being 1.1.
Yes.
First line of responsive
Yeah.
communications.
I was thinking 1.2.
To me, that seemed like that should be one.
I agree. And then 1.4 could be 1.2.
Is everyone okay with that?
I think 1.6 is probably, doesn't belong at the bottom either. I think that's pretty important for a lot of our licensees coming in.
Are you recommending 3 or just somewhere in the middle?
Let's see.
It's just somewhere higher.
Okay. So 1.5?
So then what do we decide is the last, well, that's the problem, we have to decide which is the last.
Is
Maybe
create educational
1.3 could
materials?
be the last one.
Research.
I'm sorry, so 1.3 would become 1.6?
Number 6.
Okay.
Oh,
From the
1.6.
standpoint of a hearing aid dispensary, not necessarily.
What about the expansion of the online licensing services? It's currently 1. Where should that be?
So we have, this is fun, it's like a Rubik's Cube. So we have 2 is 1, right?
Yeah.
And 4 is 2.
And 4 is 2.
I suggest 1.1 being 1.3.
And we have 3 is 6, right?
And
So then that means we have 3, 3, 4, and 5.
I was thinking 1 can be 3.
Yep. And then 5 be 4.
And then 5 be 4.
Okay.
And then that means 6 would be 5.
Yeah.
Okay.
Moved all the way up.
For a second there, I thought we were doing
Okay.
Sudoku.
So we have right now improve responsiveness and communication to applicants and licensees, increase accessibility to the hearing aid dispensing practical exam, number 2. Expand online licensing services to improve efficiency, number 3. Create educational materials to clearly explain the application and licensing processes, 5. The interstate compact objective, I'm sorry, that's 4. Interstate compact objective is number 5. And improve response, and research and evaluate, creating the mid-level license is number 6, right?
That's what I have.
Okay.
So I have a question, just, because there's an opportunity to confuse this more. The increased accessibility to the hearing aid dispensing practical exam, what is the issue with that versus what you're working on? I'm trying to get my head around where are we so far back from that we need to work to improve that is a
Number 2.
Well, I think
larger
that-
priority than, say, something else.
Well, it's a broad statement because it could mean a lot of different things, but I think one is meeting the capacity of those people that want to apply, that we may have to go into our regulations to do that. The other is, I've had several people approach me about having the exam in Southern California. That would increase accessibility. And that seems like a real common sense thing to do, to do it in Southern California. We've tried it and we've done it. There are additional costs associated with doing it in Southern California. And remember that the cost of the exam is passed on to those that are examining. It's still not an argument for or against doing it. I think the interesting thing that we find is we say, okay, we're going to take all our operation and go to San Diego or go to Los Angeles and do this exam. And the people in Northern California are just so anxious to take it that they come down to Southern California to take it.
I did.
Right? Or the people in Southern California still come to Sacramento. So other than us restricting them somehow, that's really the reality of what happens.
Okay.
That's part of it.
So then, but the question though is, because I get that, back in our day, it was two practical exams a year, one here, one down here, one up there. That's all they did. My question though is, okay, is that where we're at, where we want to go, is that high of a priority versus the materials to explain the application and licensing process, which kind of seems to be a real pain point for people, in trying to understand how the process works. I get questions all the time about that. So I'm just debating in my brain which one is actually more of a priority, the accessibility of the exam versus actually explaining what someone has to do in order to get licensed.
I think it has to be the accessibility of the exam because it creates a barrier to licensure and it creates a barrier to people entering the field.
Well, I guess that's my question, is how much of a barrier is it? Is it that big of a barrier right now that we have to put that much priority on it relative to something else? And that's why I'm asking you, because I don't have the visibility to that and what you guys are seeing. And if you say yes, then I'm all for it being,
I
in
think
the
it's a matter,
second position.
I think it's a matter of perspective, because when you look at the number of people that are impacted by not understanding the licensing process, it's a larger number. But I also think that, Dr. White makes a good point. One is a barrier to licensure. I think that we're approaching that in other ways too. Our regulations to address audiologists not having to take the practical exam will also impact the accessibility to those that do have to take it. So,
Impacted how, positively or negatively?
well, it'll impact it positively because now all those audiologists will not have to take the practical exam. So that will open up the capacity of the board to examine the hearing dispensers. I think accessibility can mean a lot of different things. It's not just conducting more exams in Sacramento. It could also mean looking at how we examine people as a whole. Instead of having an event where people come to us, maybe there's a different way to look at this down the road, not tomorrow, but down the road.
And that's my point. We're talking about, okay, down the road, then is that still a greater priority over
5 years.
basically educating people
Yeah.
on the process? Just something I'm kind of percolate.
And I think that's totally up to the board. I know I have what I think, what I think it might be, but I really want this to be what's important to all of you. Therese, did you have something to add?
I do, just in the fact that the volume of people that the educational materials hits is higher, and what I do see in the online system is increasingly more people, we call them pre-qualification questions, to help guide people, like, hey, you're in the wrong application, in hopes that people, I mean, you used to just submit it in paper and hope it's the right one, right? So now we have some questions like, well, hey, are you done with your program? Are you trying to do your fellowship, or are you already over here? We're trying to guide them a little with those pre-qualification questions to get them to the right application type for themselves. But I do see a very large amount of pre-qualification stops where people, they go through it, they can't figure it out, they just get stopped. And whether they go to the right one or not, it's not always simple to see, but I'm seeing a lot of it. So I do see a lot of people that are coming in, they're at the wrong spot. So materials that would guide them to the right spot without just stopping them and then trying to redirect them, or them just, find them and email the board and say, which one's the right one, finally, but that's just, I'm over here looking at stuff coming in. So, I mean, that would be my only thought. The other part being increasing accessibility to the exam is going to take a hard look, and I don't know how fast it'll go. Or what will be possible in the next 4 years. But I mean, I think it's still an important item as well.
Yeah,
So,
I agree. And I don't know that it should necessarily be guided by how long it will take us, because it's something that we have to tackle.
And it's a bit of splitting hairs. Okay, is it 2 or 3 or 4? I mean, it's all important, right? I'm just, as you're looking at, because to me, this is like, okay, this is where you're looking at your priorities of what you want to focus on first, second, third, fourth, and so on. And so which one's the more important one to focus on? Because if the audiologists aren't at some point not going to have to take the test, then that's going to resolve itself to some degree on its own, right? So
I just
either
think
way.
some of the other one I feel like is not measurable. So we don't know how to count how many people aren't choosing to enter the field or aren't going to take that test. They can't afford to travel to travel up this huge state of ours, to go do it. And so I think in simple terms, there's just no way to quantify, the impact that we're having on people entering the field by not, having equal access and et cetera. So I do think it's a big issue in terms of the scope of what we could be doing. So I just, in terms of, can people figure out how to fill out a form? I mean, we all figure out a way to do it eventually, right? So we're either contacting the board or whatever. So it just is it's a larger issue, I think, than what maybe we're trying to say it is.
And these goals aren't, correct me if I'm wrong, in a sequential timeline, right? Okay, we have to do 1.1 first, then we can move on to 1.2. These are things that are happening,
Sometimes.
simultaneously, or.
and then, anytime we can, we're going to try and prioritize what you guys want first over maybe what's low-hanging fruit, but we're still going to try and do all the fruit.
Right.
I mean, we try our best to do all of the things, but when we do have to make a decision, that's often where it's going to lead.
Right, whether you determine who's going to be the process owner for this and who's going to take the lead, right?
And sometimes it's all the same people. So, and maybe it's Maria and myself, on 3 different items. So which one do we want to focus on? Me and the licensing team creating the educational materials versus reviewing the exam. The same people, different time. The question will be is, which ones are we tackling most urgently, sooner? And if we have to make decisions on reprioritizing what we're doing as staff.
This helps us, this definitely helps guide us.
Yeah.
Do any other board members have input on those priorities?
I'm comfortable with our lineup that we have now. I think we're talking over the next 4 years, so I think it's good where it stands.
I was having the same kind of question between the 1.2 and 1.3 and like how to order those, but I think that because the accessibility is so limited, I think that it just, creates so much of a barrier to scale versus like some of the education, not to say that one over the other, but just because it's so limited in its scope. So I was comfortable leaving that higher.
Okay. We'll move to, unless we have any other questions, we'll move to enforcement.
Can I?
Yes, please.
Can we just go through it one more time? Can we run through it?
Want me to read
and
it?
see? Yes, please. Yes.
Yes.
That's Ms. Burns.
So 1.1 would be improve responsiveness and communication to applicants and licensees. 1.2 would be increase accessibility to the hearing aid dispensing practical exam. 1.3 would be expand online licensing services to improve efficiency. And then 1.4 would be create educational materials to clearly explain the application and licensing processes. 1.5 would be research the impact of joining the Interstate Compact, and 1.6 would be research and evaluate creating a mid-level license type for entry into the profession of audiology to promote workforce development.
Thank you, Ms. Burns. Thank you.
If you wanted to generalize, 4 is basically 1 anyway. If you wanted to generalize, 4 is basically 1 anyway, communication to applicants, creating educational materials, that's kind of the same thing. in a way.
I think the way I'd be tackling them
Narrowing
might be
it a little
different,
bit,
yeah. Mostly because I think when we're talking about communication to applicants, it's how often am I getting it? Am I getting it frequently? Am I getting it at the right stages? And then are people picking up the phone? Yeah. So, I mean, and that's just also my knowledge of like all the comments and how those morphed into these goals, so.
Okay, so moving on to goal number 2, enforcement. The board protects consumers through active enforcement of the laws and regulations governing the practice of speech-language pathology, audiology, and hearing aid dispensing. This is going to be a little easier for us, I imagine. We have 3 goals here, or 3 objectives. Does anyone have an idea of what they think should be the highest priority there?
Not gonna like my answer.
Did you say we're not going to like your answer?
Uh-huh. I think the hardest one, which is the bottom one, should be at the top. I think that that's where a lot of the frustration comes from the licensees. And the perception that the board doesn't do anything about the complaints and things aren't happening, that we complain, but no one cares, and yada, yada, yada. So those perceptions of licensees.
If I could just give a little bit of background too, I think we really have to make sure that we stay on task for our disciplinary guidelines. We're already doing it, which is a good news. We're well into that. I believe Todd Borges, Gilda Dominguez have been on our committee. We've met with legal counsel, our DCA legal counsel, and our Attorney General DAG liaison, Rose Luzon, who's been a part of those meetings, and we've gone over disciplinary guidelines. I think we have a pretty good product to present to you. We just have some background work to do so that it's ready to go to the Office of Administrative Law. Disciplinary guidelines are referenced in our law book. They're at the very back, and they become, by reference, part of our regulations, so we have to go through the Office of Administrative Law. Now, why am I telling you this? Because the hearing aid dispensing guidelines are separate from the speech-language pathology and audiology guidelines. That's because the boards were separate from the Bureau at one time. So when they merged, we have 2 different guidelines. So tomorrow you'll be meeting with the judge. The judge will be looking at these guidelines. When that type of judge is looking at guidelines when they're administering discipline. The guidelines are very outdated. Hearing aid dispensing, 1997, and speech-language pathology, I think is 2004, is that right? Yeah, 2004. So that's something that we really have to do. That's going to guide how you discipline licensees. So I just wanted to, in case you didn't know what that means, that's an actual document that's in the works.
I just want to also provide a little bit of input on 2.3, is that currently with the state budget being the way it is, well, I think it's a good high priority to have. I don't think we're going to be able to broach that conversation with the department and start projects due to state budgetary guidelines. We can definitely start planning and being ready to launch as soon as everything comes to fruition. But just in the thought of like, some of the budget guidance I'm seeing is IT projects are on hold, don't start new ones. So just to put that out there.
I had another question looking at this, and that was the expectation of 2.1 and the expectation of 2.3 seem to be a little bit overlapping. So
That's what I was going to ask, because I mean, if you improve communication, then that kind of solves that problem of 0.3 to some degree, right? At least as a
would make it
stopgap.
better.
A
It would be a
Make
stopgap.
it better for until you can
Yeah.
do something more efficient by having online.
And maybe we somehow merge the two so that we don't lose anything from one, maybe just expand on it.
And it sounds like your 2 really should be 1.
Yes, I like 2.2 as 1.
Yeah, I would agree with that. You could expand the improved communication with complainants to clarify expectations and promote consumer satisfaction while collaborating with the DCA, and basically merge that into one thing. There's a possibility too.
What was your input?
Sorry.
No, I was saying,
I propose keeping them separate because there is some type of process to respond to complainants. So working on improving that, whether it be being more efficient, having someone who is assigned to make sure that those happen, that's something that can happen. I guess it's maybe more low-hanging fruit, as I should say, versus number 3, where you're going to have to collaborate with another area. So I do think they could be separate. Because then, once you improve 2, then you're ready to move into 3.
And I would suggest having a separate one is helpful when we are writing our grant proposal and saying that, hey, we actually have a strategic goal just about this in particular.
Oh, well, you didn't say you were going for money for it.
Well, I always want to save our board money and operate as fiscally responsible as possible. So if the Department of Technology would like to provide funding in the form of a grant, our board will always be happy to apply and hopefully win said grant.
Can I ask a question? What type of expectations, can we add something into that, like, to clarify which expectations those are? Are those the licensee responsibilities and code of ethics, or what type of expectations are we talking about in this statement?
I think we're basically saying to the complainant what you should expect to happen.
Okay.
Like you're going to receive a letter telling you that we've received your complaint. You'll receive a letter this is what's difficult about this type of expectation, because we're dealing with investigations. So I get requests all the time. People I want to know about the investigation. I want to see the investigative report. Well, we don't share investigative reports with people. It's just not something that we can do. There's legal reasons for that. So most of what people will find out is we received your application. The application, I'm sorry, your complaint. We received your complaint. The investigation is pending, and we'll give them what the outcome was at the end. We'll tell them we'll tell them that the case was closed due to insufficient evidence, for example, or we'll tell them that it resulted in discipline. So that's really what we're going to tell them. It's really difficult to give people status updates on the investigation. It's just like in the criminal world, it's the same thing. You don't go and check in with people and say, we're going to investigate something. We've got this lead, or we don't do that.
We don't say we sent investigators out to the site the other week and you'll hear back soon. Not that much. The other point I would just bring up is that 2.1 only talks about the complainant, and that's not the respondent. So I think some of the comments we also had in our environmental survey were that when you're on the receiving end of investigations, you also want more communication. And so maybe it's helpful to have it kind of clarified on both. If we're going to clarify expectations, do it for everyone and make it clearer. And The other important part, to your point, is the more we document and set all these things up, when we go to digitize them later, it's not as much of a heavy lift, because we've already done the streamlining, the rewriting. We already know what steps we need and when people need to be notified of what, and then it's just digitizing it. So doing 2.1, and if it's expanded to respondents, which is the licensees that are being complained about, then that is helpful, so that it's kind of both sides of the measure there, as a recommendation if you want to take it.
So we want to add the word respondents to 2.1, is that what you're?
If the board so
proposing?
would choose.
I like that.
Yeah.
And am I hearing that collaborate with DCA would be number 2, then the second priority?
No, it sounds like it's going to stay 3, but
Three,
maybe the
yeah.
suggestion is to flip number 1 and 2.
Yeah, I think
Yes.
I was thinking
Yeah.
2 to 1 and 1 to 2.
Would
For
you like
some
me to
reason,
read them out?
For me, I still feel like there's a word missing, that it's what type of expectation? Is it a process expectation or response or?
I think it would actually potentially be, process expectations and the enforcement
Expectations
process.
of the process, expectations.
Yeah, something like, okay. what's
Like
the-
explaining the process, right?
Yeah.
Clarifying the process.
Clarify expectations of the, I don't know, other than
So
of the
what's the
process.
So
Well, I
what's,
think
think
the word
maybe we-
expectation has to be removed then, because
Yeah,
it doesn't
okay.
fit with it, right? I think it has to be.
Maybe it's to clarify the enforcement process.
there, yes.
There we go. Good wordsmithing.
I try. Would you like me to read this out then?
Yes, please.
2.1 would become review and update the board's disciplinary guidelines to ensure more consistent disciplinary actions for similar violations. 2.2 would be improve communication with complainants and respondents to clarify the enforcement process and promote consumer satisfaction. And 2.3 would remain collaborate with DCA's Office of Information Services, OIS, to research the feasibility of creating a board-specific online complaint system that provides status updates to complainants and respondents.
That's great.
Want me to read 3?
Yes, please.
This one's for outreach and communications. The revised statement is the board educates and informs consumers and other stakeholders about the practices and laws and regulations governing the professions of speech-language pathology, audiology, and hearing aid dispensing. And then we have 6 goals in this area. Would you like me to read them, or you just want to read over them?
No, I,
Go ahead and
I'm
read.
fine, yeah.
Okay.
I have a question. 3.5 seemed to be very specific. What exactly is the issue or problem?
There was quite a bit of the environmental scan that talked about not addressing school caseloads for speech-language pathologists in schools, which is outside the board's jurisdiction. And we kind of get the comment quite frequently, and it was a lot of the environmental scan as well, that the board should advocate for this, which is outside of our purview. So I think, in general, educating the public and our licensees about our jurisdiction, and especially about this one. The vast majority of our speech-language pathologists are working in schools or education settings, and so getting that kind of information out there so that's a little bit more realistic expectation of what the board can do.
Okay, so just basically letting the people in the school setting to let them know that this type of thing is not in our jurisdiction.
I think so, and then also maybe even putting information on our website as
Right.
well,
Yeah, yeah.
kind of what areas is the board here for? I mean, we get it often, and if I look at all the comments, you can see that there's always a little bit of confusion between what is the board's role, what's the association's role. I mean, I've even seen the comment, what was it, I don't know what my membership dues are paying for, and I was like, oh, well, that's not us. We're not your membership association.
Uh-huh.
You don't pay us dues, you pay your renewal. So, I mean, kind of helping clarify that and make that more clear.
How about
to-
3.2 would be 1?
That's what you're recommending?
Yeah, I'm agreeing with that. I mean, I think 3.2, 3.4, and 3.6 all might be a little more, they're all
Yeah,
kind of related, and they're all pretty important.
I was thinking 4 is 1, but I don't have a problem with it being 2, but I think it needs to be higher.
Yeah.
The whole purpose of it being there has to be with consumers
Correct.
and protecting consumers, so. I also have a question. How many comments did you get about the OTC?
Over the counter? I mean, they were mostly in the section on
I don't think we got very.
threats, not that many, but it was just that, yes, it's a
Kinda
threat.
disappeared, and, I mean, I don't, to me, that's like 6.
Yeah. so
Agreed.
OTC
You know,
would
I mean,
be
it's just like, it's
6.
become a non-existent thing. That's,
The fear about it has kind
yeah,
of.
finally.
Subsided.
You know, everyone's
sure.
freaking out.
And with I mean, I'm fine with keeping 3.5, but with 3.5 kind of envelope 3.2 and 3.3 and 3.4.
I have a question for Dr. Chambers. I'm curious, do you get a lot of questions on OTC where you're at? It's just non-existent there as well, so. Yeah, I think we just, I mean, from ENT all the way down to hearing aid offices, I just don't see it.
If we were talking about this 2 years ago, that might have been one.
It's a whole different
Because
animal.
everyone was freaking out about it then, but yeah, now it's,
I think at this point, for the board's purposes, it might just be helpful as a consumer protection agency is to have something to tell people where to go if they do have a complaint.
I was going to say, or do we take it off entirely, but I guess we want
So
to
we-
have some sort of a,
I was gonna say,
Yeah.
just so that we have it as a goal and we make sure
Right.
we get to that part of our website, I think that would be helpful, so when people have questions.
I'm comfortable with 3.4 or 3.2 being 1 and 2. Either way is okay with me.
And one of our values is transparency, so that should raise it up to the top.
yeah,
Okay.
the whole point is.
And 3.6, was there a preference on where that goes, or were,
I think that would be on the bottom, actually.
Just make that 5.
Yeah, I'd like to move it up. I think it doesn't,
Yeah, by virtue of OTC being 6, that would move it to at least 5.
Oh, yeah, 5.
okay.
So we're looking at 2 being 1 and 4 being 2,
Yes. And then.
and then leaving 3 is 3,
3 is 3, and then 5 is 4.
and then 6 is 5, and 1 is 6.
Yeah. That work?
Want me to read it, or you're good with that bingo?
I'm good.
We're good?
Yeah.
Let me check my card.
Yeah.
I will shout bingo at the end of this.
I just wanted to add to that, the issue of jurisdiction, that's the first question that, in the school settings, whenever I'm out at a conference, that's the first question I get asked. I've been there with Gilda Dominguez, and we have like a line of people asking us the same question. So not just telling people, hey, this is in our jurisdiction, we're going to actually give them resources and tell them this is in the education code, and this is where you would go. I don't know how much help they'll get out there because this has been going on for a long time, but I do think it's important that people know where they need to go to address this issue.
Is it, oh, I'm sorry. Is it because there's not that many speech language pathologists in the schools, and so that the SLPAs are having too many kids? Is that their caseload problem, that issue?
That seems to be the problem, or that's what we're told is a problem,
Yeah.
but I think it's probably even more complicated than that.
Okay.
But that is, it's a caseload issue, and what happens is, in order to meet that requirement, this is what I'm hearing, they assign the cases to the assistant, and they just increase their caseload too, right? Is that what you're hearing?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. They have so many kids to see. But they're supposed to be working in tandem with each other. right?
Okay.
They're not supposed to have their own caseload, and then the speech pathologist is supposed to have their own caseload.
Okay, and then if they're not working in tandem with each other, wouldn't that be coming to us because they
Probably
should?
somebody.
If we get
had
a
an issue with
complaint.
it, yeah.
If they made a complaint. So then we should have like information like, if they're not working in tandem with each other, then you should make a complaint, and that would come under our jurisdiction, correct?
I think it's more so the amount of kids they have to see
The amount of kids. And then would it be more of a complaint, I mean,
together.
it's still not our jurisdiction, like the amount of SLPAs applying, licensing?
We're seeing gradual increases in that. We're also seeing increases in the number of SLPA programs,
Okay.
especially at the CSU programs, for those that have a bachelor's in communication science disorders. So we've seen a couple more of those open up in the last year or so, so I would expect to see that. And I do believe there's another community college that will be applying as
Oh.
well soon, so that will be good.
Oh, nice.
But yeah, so you will see more speech-language pathology assistant programs and more of those applicants. But my guess is just caseload-wise,
Okay.
there's so many children that need it. After the pandemic, you saw a huge spike in speech disorders and issues with young children, so.
Yes, so maybe like, as like an outreach and communication in terms of like 1 and 4. Now I'm talking about the original numbers, I mean, not original, the numbers that we decided. We can include like, the only time it's under our jurisdiction is if they are breaking the rules and the rules are X, Y, and Z or I don't know, something like that.
I think it would be helpful if that page clarifies, that, this, while caseload numbers are outside of our jurisdiction,
Jurisdiction, yeah.
if you're not receiving adequate supervision,
Exactly.
you can complain to the board.
Yes.
Those kind of things, and then, link them to where they would go.
Yeah.
And hopefully maybe some of this also reaches, school boards and school districts, and they start thinking about that, because sometimes, right, schools they're just running by the seat of their pants, and, sometimes they just need reminded of there's laws and regulations on certain things. But we don't
That's a
often
really-
get the complaint, so.
Go ahead.
So what I'm hearing, like you mentioned, is it's that the licensees are the ones bringing up the concerns. This says the public, are you getting a lot of concerns from the public regarding the speech pathology caseload in the schools?
No. Those are from licensees.
Okay, so I suggest
Good point.
if this was the intent, I think that should be changed to licensees versus the
Yeah.
public.
Or do we just add public and licensees? And make-
I would just go to
both.
stakeholders maybe, because it's everybody.
Okay. And I think that would be more of like a quick win if it's something that could be done pretty quickly on the website with a resource, telling them to reach out to their school district or their.
Department of Education.
Yes, so, again, as we stated, this isn't something that has to go sequential, like it's going to be happening, at the same time, or however you assign this to the board staff, but I do think this would be more of a quick win.
You know what else I might add to this? Because Karen Chang kind of got me thinking about what the issues are in schools. And we don't deal with the complaints on caseload. Somebody says, I have 60 students, that's way too many. It's just a jurisdictional thing. But what we do see, kind of associated with the same problem, are unlicensed people working in schools. And sometimes when we go to stakeholders, it becomes important because the stakeholder is the district superintendent or the person running personnel. They're hiring people that don't have licenses. I've actually, you have all seen cases, a case where an administrator hired someone and even advertised, we just want you to have a degree in speech language pathology, but then they gave them the title of a speech language pathology assistant, and then they were providing speech therapy. So this would be, I think, really important. Maybe we want to expand it to not just being the caseload issue, but maybe, I don't even know I'm not even sure what that would be, but something important to address in the schools.
Yeah, I was going to ask that question as well. Is it just a case load, or is it also a case complexity? or the nature of the types of cases? Like, what is actually the concern that's being raised?
I think it's caseload, but I think we also have licensing issues. I think maybe that's probably the best way to address it, is that they have to do with licensing, because we're talking about unlicensed people. We're talking about people that are unlicensed in the sense that an assistant is doing the job of a therapist, or an unlicensed person is doing the job of an assistant.
Hey, Maria. So I do respond to a lot of these inquiries because they, other staff, licensing enforcement don't really get into it. And what it is, it's the number of caseload. They just have too many students. And unfortunately, we don't have that jurisdiction. That's the Department of Education. They do have, there's a regulation that's the caseload at 55, but that can be changed at the county, district levels. And so I think that's what's happening, is that because of the need of services, that a lot of SLPs just have way too many students that they're caring for. But unfortunately, they have to work with the Department of Education to kind of get that clarified, cleaned up. They'll probably have to work with their legislator, senator, because then if it persists, then it's going to need legislation to kind of regulate that more. But unfortunately, when it comes to the number of students they see, that's really basically, it varies from district to district. And that is a lot of the issues that I do see when it comes to emails and phone calls.
Yeah.
Then should we change that? I mean, should we even be addressing the caseload if that's more of?
Well, I just refer them to the Department of Education if they have any issues with caseload. If it's a very serious problem, they just need to bring it up to the Department of Education to see how they can improve the situation. I do know when it comes to caseload, it does get interesting with the school systems with SLPAs, where I'm still educating people, like SLPAs cannot be seeing their own clients. There's a lot of things happening in school that is, I think a lot of what's happening also is that because of the need of SLPs, a lot of schools are going outside of state and contracting contracting agencies to get those SLPs, the number, SLPs and things like that. But yeah, I mean, all we could do is just direct them to to Department of Education. And lately I've been providing them information where they can contact their assembly member, the senator, to really get them engaged in how to address this need, because it's just a need that is going to take, more education, SLPAs out there. But yeah, that's generally when it comes to caseload, that's what I've been seeing in the emails. And
I just want to clarify too, that the caseload is established in Ed Code, so it doesn't vary. It's 55, that what they're referring to. Whether someone is exceeding that might vary, but that's state law, and they don't get to make their own laws by county or district.
To your point, Paul, should this really be more addressed to like the speech therapist credentialing than caseload? Because isn't that our concern, the licensing side of it, more than the caseload?
I think it's an opportunity to educate stakeholders, like to use this as an opportunity to educate them on a greater issue, which has to do with
speech therapist credential.
Yeah.
What's their credential? Are they even qualified to be providing speech services?
Well, credentialing isn't as much an issue because they only are required to have a credential to work in schools. So they can work with a credential or a license in most districts. The issue is then they want to hire an assistant, and they just put out there, we're looking for an assistant. The requirements for the job is that you have a degree in speech language pathology. Well, the requirement to practice as a SLPA in California is you have to have a license. So that's an opportunity to tell, now hear this, everybody, administrator, licensee, you need to have a license to do this, not just a background or a degree. So yes, I think we need to expand it.
Would that work to just remove the word caseload, and so that it's school speech therapist concerns, like generally? I mean, it does seem to revolve largely around caseload, but
Yeah.
the whole unlicensed caseload, it can be all about school setting, speech language pathology issues.
Maybe licensing concerns?
But they're not all licensed.
Well, that's where I don't know that it's always about licensing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
agreed.
they're two different, that's why I was thinking if we just take away the word caseload, you can hit caseload, but you can hit licensing.
And then I was thinking, it might be just a very simple, like, just letting them know what it is. So would it be best if we switch it to like between 4 and 5? So 4 and 5 and 5 and 4.
I think I have the school speech therapist concerns as 3.4 right now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you want to move it to 5?
You want to move it down to 5. So move, develop informational materials on the regulatory process up to 4. Want me to go ahead and read them in order?
So flip-flop those two, 4 and 5.
So, yeah.
I'm okay with that.
So then 1 would be about improving outreach and communication on the board's purpose. 2 would be improving communications to ensure transparency and clarity. 3 would stay the same, increase visibility and awareness. 4 would become the develop informational materials about the regulatory process. 5 would now stay the same as clarify and educate stakeholders on school speech therapist concerns. And then 6 would be communicate the risks and limitations of over-the-counter hearing aids.
I have a question for 3.6 as it's on the statement here. Develop informational materials about the regulatory process. There isn't any right now?
Currently, we have
presentations.
We
kind
have
of
some
information on the
already. We have that.
stages. We have a little bit. What we noticed, especially during the CPD package, is the lack of understanding. Legislation is different than regulations. Every time a piece of legislation goes to a new policy hearing, you can take a whole bite at the apple, you can chuck the apple and start with a pear, you can do all kinds of things, right? Most of our stakeholders thought it's the same in regulations, but the way regulations work is, these are the changes, we go out for 45 days public comment. You make comments about those changes. Then we make additional changes. That next public comment period is not about the original changes, it's only about the recent changes we made. So when we get 300 comments at the end that are about the first 45-day comment period, people get frustrated because they think we're just not listening and don't care and we're not doing the process. Well, we are following the process is different. And I don't think anything on the Office of Administrative Law, which also would be just connecting them somewhere else to go and to read and look through, if we were able to maybe more succinctly talk to them about it and the importance of, when you see the changes the first time, if you have issues or concerns with the first changes, they need to be made during that 45-day comment period. After that, I mean, the board might decide to edit something, but usually we're just trying to get us to the finish line. So we're cleaning up, clarifying, technical, and then so their comments aren't about those changes. And so then they feel dismissed. But that's the regulatory process. So I think if we can help kind of bridge that gap, because I do think most people are used to legislation, right? Oh, we're talking about it, let's talk about it all.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not the same. So I think just clarifying that might be helpful. Because we've done, Maria did a great job on the stages, as we're going through the process, but helping really the outsiders to what is this process and when do I need to make a comment and why? And not that you can't make a comment, but if it's not germane to the changes, then that's exactly what we're going to respond. So,
And we do see that many of your reports that, okay, we received 20 comments and they weren't even pertaining to what the discussion was.
exactly.
So, yeah, then what about, if you already have something in place, whether it's cursory or it's on the ground floor, you already have something developed per se. Could we maybe expand or
Oh, I definitely didn't.
improve? I mean, if you said there's something
Yeah.
on the website, so you've already developed something. There's something there.
There's stuff there that could be
There's job aids
improved.
that have always existed, and we could probably build off of that.
So maybe changing that verb, because you
Which
already
one?
developed it.
Or maybe develop further information.
Okay, or, yeah, change that. further developed.
Oh, got it,
Because you have something developed.
As there are already
It's there.
materials out there.
got it.
That sounds like you're creating it from scratch, from whole cloth, but,
It's a- yeah.
yeah.
That's true.
Further development of.
Yeah, develop further informational materials, yeah.
Maybe even
Or
refine
continue
it.
to develop,
Oh, yeah.
continue to
Okay.
develop informational materials, things like that.
Continue.
Or expand upon, or something, because you only have something established.
Yeah.
And build upon it.
So continue to develop informational materials about the regulatory process. Okay. Can I also ask it says and the importance of public comment to increase engagement? Well, it's not just to increase engagement, it's also to increase understanding of the process.
Or awareness.
Yeah.
But you're talking about the regulatory process.
Yeah.
You're getting the
that's true.
engagement, it's just that they're not maybe at the
Right.
right time.
That's true.
Appropriate
Getting
time.
engagement at the wrong time, yeah.
So.
And I want to get them to engage at the right time. Because engagement is key, you know, the more engagement we get at the right times, the better our regulations are in the final product, so.
To increase effective.
Timely, appropriate, timely.
Public comment timelines?
Our,
Timelines.
I think timely engagement might be,
Yeah, appropriate. Not a bad word either.
I would say the importance of timely public comment to increase engagement.
Yep.
Timely. You want it at the right time, at the
Yeah.
appropriate time.
Yeah, because it's not just about doing it. It's not just about doing it at the right time, but also the appropriate engagement, so it actually is effective
What about just
and
adding-
meaningful. Or you could say timely and meaningful engagement.
I'm thinking timely and meaningful, so continue to develop informational materials about the regulatory process and the importance of public comment to increase timely and, what did you say, meaningful engagement.
Okay.
I only shy away from appropriate, because,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and I don't want to be like, well, your comment's inappropriate. It's not really that, it's just, it's the wrong time.
I'm out.
Everybody's good?
And then back to 3.5, as it's stated here, clarify and educate stakeholders
Mhm.
on the boards. Okay, so this is, okay, where I need a clarification. How I read this is that if we're educating and clarifying the stakeholders on the board's jurisdiction to address school speech therapists' caseload concerns, I would read this saying, okay, well, you do have some type of jurisdiction, so tell me what that is.
Yeah.
So we would need to,
Yeah, I think they'd wanted to get rid of caseload, so that it was all school speech therapist
Yeah,
concerns.
caseload was going to be out, so that way there was no confusion with that.
So that could be a broader page that then talks about
So just say
caseload, jurisdiction,
speech
proper
therapist concerns.
supervision. Ooh,
Right. Speech aid.
gotta stop talking with my hands.
Being so Italian.
Sorry.
Being so Italian.
But wasn't a lot of it regarding the caseload?
Most of the
number?
comments are about
So
caseload.
I mean, I feel like I have to be, then I'd want the information regarding that, since that seems to be the majority of it. Are you getting a lot about, like, people who aren't certified or licensed working? Because then I think that would go
More
under.
occasional about the unlicensed.
That would go under something else, but I think we need to listen to the voice of I think they're also important in this piece. They're trying to protect the consumer by not having so many kids on their caseload. So I think this would be a really quick win, and I think we should just leave it as such. It's a caseload concern, because that's what I'm hearing. When we went, it was a caseload concern. So obviously, somebody also presented this during the survey, or I think that we should address it as that.
caseload was something we had no jurisdiction over, so.
Right, so we're educating them and giving them the resources, go to the Department of Education or whatever the ed code to do that. Like I said, that would be more low-hanging fruit. That would be something, I'm saying it's easy to put on our website, but it might not be. But I think it'd be something that could be more of a quick win. That's like, look, we do not have jurisdiction over this. This is the resource we're going to be giving you. So that would make somebody less frustrated and know where to go versus waiting for a response from the office.
When we were with,
That's my thought.
yeah, when we were with Solid, I believe that's what we were discussing at the time. And I'm sorry, I don't have any notes on that, but I think that's how that came up with the caseload. Because of so many comments that come in on the caseload, it was like, okay, how can we at least educate the public on it? And that really, we're just sending them in a direction. Here's the link where you go, because we don't have the jurisdiction. So now that makes more sense to me as well. Thanks, Gilda, because that kind of clarified that. I couldn't figure out that, should that be caseload or licensing? I think it should remain that, but we're really directing them.
But it's more than just caseload, it's concerns in general. Caseload is one of them. So as opposed to targeting just caseloads in this,
So caseload
it's overall concerns.
Yeah.
Caseload being one of them, okay, and if that's the low-hanging fruit, then we take care of it. But as opposed to targeting just that
And licensing.
on this one, it's more broad. Because it isn't just, caseload might be the majority, but it's not the only thing, right?
I thought caseloads, and then the effect was they had assistants doing speech-language pathology work. And that's under our,
I think it's all part of a bigger problem,
yeah,
but
yeah.
I
it
do
is a
think
bigger
that,
problem, but we
you
can
know,
only tackle,
maybe we can
one
do an
problem.
and, we can
Yeah.
identify it as we're going to address the caseload and other
Other concerns.
Yes, I
concerns.
agree with that.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a good compromise.
caseloads.
How do we want to?
I still want caseload in there.
So
Okay, caseload and,
Caseloads and other concerns,
You wanna keep
okay.
going?
I think so, because we're scheduled till 5, right? I think we should, want to take a break? Well, we can,
Can we take a
let
break?
you,
Yeah.
I wanted to make sure we close out.
Nope, I
section
think I'm
3
good because
first.
we're not changing any other numbers. So we have caseload and other concerns.
Okay, yes.
So
okay.
break right now, Karen?
Thank you. Let's do a break.
Okay.
Yes, please.
How, yes, break. All right, we're reconvening for our meeting. We have ended our conversation through goal number 3, outreach and communications. We will go ahead and adjourn our meeting for today, and we will reconvene tomorrow morning for our closed session. And then after that, we'll go ahead and open up, and we'll continue discussing goal number 4 and goal number 5. So we'll go ahead and adjourn for the day. Meeting adjourned at 4:09. Yes, thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call day 2 of our board meeting session to order. It is 9:05 a.m. on Friday, September 6th, 2024. I'd like to start with taking roll. Myself, Gilda Dominguez, Board Chair, present. Dr. Amy White,
Here.
Mr. Todd Borges,
Here.
Ms. Karen Chang,
Here.
Mr. John Dandurand,
Here.
Dr. Charles Sanders,
Here.
Dr. Tamara Chambers.
Here.
We have a quorum. I'd also like the board staff to announce who is present during this time.
Good morning, Paul Sanchez, Executive Officer of the Board. We have Sharice Burns, our Assistant Executive Officer, and Maria Lorenzo, our Regulation Legislation Analyst, with us today.
Good morning, Yuping Lin, Board Counsel.
Thank you. Moving to agenda item 13 for public comment for items not on the agenda. I do not see any members of the public in the audience, so we will now proceed to our petition hearing for reinstatement of licensure. Agenda item 14. A petition for reinstatement of revoked license for Miriam Blanchard Ramirez, license number SP 8627, case number 1I-2022-034. I'd now like to introduce the Honorable Judge Thomas Heller, who is an administrative law judge from the Office of Administrative Hearings. Judge Heller will take over the proceedings from here.
All right, good morning. Thank you, Madam President. I'm here from the Office of Administrative Hearings to preside over the petition hearing that was just announced. So could I get the parties to identify themselves? Do we have a court? We have a court report here, and you're taking everything down, I take it? Yes, thank you. All right, so ma'am, the petitioner, if you could identify yourself, please, by speaking into the microphone.
My name is Miriam Ramirez, and I am the petitioner.
Okay, you need to press the button on the bottom, I think, so it shows green.
Sorry. My name is Miriam Ramirez, and I am the petitioner.
Thank you. And for the Attorney General's office?
Good morning, Your Honor, and members of the board. Deputy Attorney General Brian Bill on behalf of the AG's office and appearing pursuant to Government Code Section 11522.
All right. Good morning to you both. So the way this is going to work, Ms. Ramirez, is I'm going to hear from both sides, or I'm going to call for both sides. The board's going to hear from both of you. That's the board is who's going to be making the decision on the petition. And so I know there is some documentary evidence that Mr. Bill has presented, and you'll have the opportunity to present any other documents you wish to present. And if you wish to testify on your own behalf, you can do that too. If you have witnesses to call, you're shaking your head, you do not.
I do not, I'm sorry.
All right, well, if you did, you can call witnesses. Mr. Bill also has the opportunity to call witnesses. And if you do wish to testify, the board may have questions for you, and I'll go around and ask the board if they have questions. They'll direct those to you. Mr. Bill has the opportunity to question you as well. And after the hearing concludes on the petition, then the board will, I believe, go into closed session at that time or at the end of the morning session, whenever they decide. They'll deliberate over the petition, and then they'll ask me to draft a written decision for their review and adoption if they decide to adopt it. So that's the basic process. Before I hear testimony and documents, receive documents, I'm going to ask each side if they wish to make any sort of opening statement. That is sort of a preview of what's about to happen. An opening statement isn't evidence itself. And so you don't have to say everything you want to say in your testimony if you do wish to testify. But if you want to give me a roadmap of, and give the board a roadmap of what the petition is about, you can do that. It doesn't have to be long. And then I'll also give Mr. Bill the opportunity to make an opening statement as well.
I did not come prepared for an opening statement. I'm very nervous right now.
Okay.
It's very difficult, so I think I'm just going to go by any questions you have, because I don't know when I would be able to stop. I don't know when, if I would start, I wouldn't know when to stop.
Okay,
You understand? So
well, maybe,
I wouldn't know.
I understand. Well, then, I'm sure the board would wish to hear from you about
Okay.
what happened and all that, so I will administer an oath to you when it's the right time to do that, and you
Okay.
can testify and tell the board what it is you want them to know about the
Okay.
petition and what happened. Before I do that, though, I'll ask Mr. Bill, do you wish to make any sort of opening statement, sir?
Very briefly, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Ms. Ramirez is here seeking reinstatement of her speech-language pathology license that was revoked on March 20th, 2021. Ms. Ramirez is the moving party, and as such, she has the burden of proving significant rehabilitation and that it would be consistent with the public health, safety, and welfare to reinstate her license. If she's unable to do so, the law requires that you deny her petition for reinstatement. There's no set formula for proving significant rehabilitation, and it looks different for each petitioner. But just as the level of discipline must be proportionate to the violation, the level of rehabilitation must also be proportionate to the causes for license revocation. So what does significant rehabilitation look like for Ms. Ramirez? Here, Ms. Ramirez was convicted of grand theft in 2012 She was placed on probation in 2015 with the board. She violated that probation numerous times, and her probation was revoked and her license was revoked in 2021. After you hear the type of discipline history that she has, I don't know how Ms. Ramirez will be able to prove that she's rehabilitated herself such that she's worthy of relicensure. And so once the hearing is finished and all the evidence is submitted, I will ask you to deny her petition for reinstatement. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I do have a binder of documents, and the board members also have the same binder. Mr. Bill, is this from you, the documents?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and Ms. Ramirez, do you have that binder there too?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes, Your Honor.
And could you just, for the board, tell the board what's in here, Mr. Bill, and whether you wish to have these admitted for purposes of their consideration?
Yes, Your Honor. If I can have one moment. This Exhibit 1 is Ms. Ramirez's petition for penalty relief that was received by the board on March 23rd, 2022, with various exhibits that were included with the petition.
Okay, and Ms. Ramirez, do you have any objection to the board admitting that into evidence?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, then that'll be admitted. Go on, Mr. Bill.
Exhibit 2 is the Division of Investigation report with attachments, which includes attachment 1 was the petition for reinstatement. I've left that out because it duplicates our Exhibit 1. Attachment 2 is the recorded interview, and I've uploaded a copy of the interview as well as all the rest of the documents to Case Center. And I believe all of the board members were provided a link to access the recorded interview. Attachment 3, 4, and 5 are letters of recommendation. Do you want me to identify?
No, that's not necessary. In terms of Exhibit 2, ma'am, if you had a chance to look at that, and can you tell me if you have any objections to the board considering that as part of the petition?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, hearing no objection, then I'll admit Exhibit 2. And I have seen in Case Center the recorded interview. To the extent the board needs to refer to it during deliberations, it'll be available to them.
Exhibit 3 is the board's decision and order in the matter of the petition to revoke probation against Miriam R. Blanchard, agency case number 1I 2019-017, OAH case 2020-030796 with an effective date of March 20th, 2021.
Okay, so this is the decision revoking the license?
Yes.
Okay, any objection on that one?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, then Exhibit 3 is admitted.
Exhibit 4, I will not offer.
Okay, 4 is withdrawn.
Okay. Exhibit 5 is the citation and order number 1I 2017-45 issued on June 22nd, 2017.
Any objection on that one, Ms. Ramirez?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Then Exhibit 5 is admitted.
Exhibit 6 is the board's decision and order in the matter of the second amended accusation against Miriam R. Dahut, AKA Miriam R. Blanchard, agency case 1I 2012-70, OAH case number 2014-110847.
Any objection on that one?
No, Your Honor.
Then Exhibit 6 is admitted.
Exhibit 7 is the notice of hearing.
Okay, that's the notice of hearing for this petition.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, any objection on that one?
No, Your Honor.
Then 7 is admitted.
Exhibit 8 is an uncertified transcript of the interview. I would suggest that it be admitted as demonstrative evidence, as it reflects the conversation that's recorded in Exhibit 2.
Any objection on that one?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, then 8 is admitted.
Exhibit 9 is additional documents provided by the petitioner.
I don't have a 9.
I apologize, Your Honor. I think that there was a updated or amended exhibit list.
Okay, thank you. All right, a member of the board has handed me some documents that are labeled AG 181 through 200. Is that what's Exhibit 9?
Yes, Your Honor.
What are these?
These are additional documents that Ms. Ramirez provided in support of her petition.
Okay, do you have those there, Ms. Ramirez?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
Okay, any objection to admitting those?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, then 9 is admitted as well. Is that all the exhibits, Mr. Bill?
One more. Exhibit 10 is the board decision and order in the matter of the petition for penalty relief from Miriam Blanchard, agency case 1I 2016-97, OAH case 2018-010497, with an effective date of July 18th, 2018. It's AG 201 through 209. And again, this is on the amended exhibit list.
One I've been handed starts at 202. Is there a 201 that I'm missing?
I believe you're right, Your Honor. 201 was removed.
Okay, so, Ms. Ramirez, I have this additional exhibit number 10.
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection on that one?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, then 10 is admitted as well. Okay, so I believe that's all the documents that Mr. Bill is going to offer today. Do you wish to testify to the board and explain why you're petitioning and answer any questions that they have?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, then I'm going to administer an oath to you. If you could raise your hand, please. Do you solemnly state under penalty of perjury that the evidence that you will give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. So you don't have an attorney today, as I understand it.
Correct.
So you don't have to question yourself or anything like that. Just tell the board what it is you'd like them to know about the petition, the circumstances of it, or any of the circumstances related to the prior disciplinary actions. As I mentioned, if the board has questions, we'll have them ask those to you, and if Mr. Bill has questions, or if I do, we'll also ask them after you're done testifying on direct examination or direct testimony. So right now, just go ahead.
Okay. My name is Miriam Ramirez. I was married to this gentleman called Jason Blanchard. I met him on a cruise. When I brought him back from the cruise, my dad was very, very against the whole thing. I even brought his daughter, so I thought I could handle everything. I knew I was on probation, but my boss at the time was 360. I used to work for the school district, so they were very much in charge of signing my probation every 3 months. Absolutely. However, when I got my license when it was, I guess, on probation, and they took it away for 2 months. and then they took it away from October to November, and then I would get it reinstated back in November. I knew that in those 2 months, I was not allowed to work as a speech pathologist. I knew that. I knew exactly what I was supposed to do. So I was counting on my ex-husband's wages to hold me off. He was a truck driver, to hold me off for that time. This is not an excuse for what I did. During those 2 months, he said, he left me with my 2 little kids and his daughter, and I panicked. I went to my dad. My dad said, as long as you still have that family in your house that I don't agree with, I can't help you financially. So I have 3 kids and me. And I didn't know about EBT. I learned about that. I didn't know about unemployment. I never had to use that system ever. I never knew that existed. Some people say they grew up with that. I never did. My dad was a doctor, so I was kind of, privileged growing up. I never experienced poverty or living in third world. I never experienced that up till now. Now I feel it. Now I know what it's like. So since my dad rejected I didn't have any savings. I had 3 little kids. They were in private school. I had a 6-bedroom house. I thought, oh my God, how am I going to do this for these 2 months? So I told 360. I said, 360, I can't work for you anymore. I don't have a license. So they were fine. They were excellent employers. I was working for Miracle Home Healthcare. I'm not going to talk anything bad about them, just the fact that I wish they would have also I wish I would have rejected their offer, which I didn't, which I completely am ashamed and embarrassed, but I was a very, very good worker for them, and I was making very good money for this home health company. And I said, I can't work for 2 months, and they said, okay, if you get somebody to sign off on those that you work, then it'll be okay. Me knowing willingly that I was not going to find a speech pathologist to sign off on that. I knew it. I knew I wasn't going to find someone. But I thought, what am I going to do? I don't have any money, any means of survival for 2 months. I don't know what else to do. I have no idea. It's either, I don't know, to go steal, which I wasn't going to do, which I'm not good at, or just go work, which I'm good at. So that's what I did. Knowingly that I was not going to find anybody to sign off on that, I did it. And Miracle Home Health said, okay, let's do it. And then when years went on and I kept on working for them and making a lot of money for them, I wasn't able to get someone to sign off on those 2 months that I worked for them. So then they got upset. And they reported me to the speech board, and that's why I'm in the position that I am. After I got reported and my license got taken away, I said, okay, now I really have to find a way. By then, thank God, my kids were older. They were already out of the house. This happened in 21, so it was just me. So then I just thought, okay, what do? I started working to see if I can find positions as child development specialist, things I didn't have the credentials for that. I didn't have anything, so I went as a cashier. I wasn't fast enough. I went as a bagger lady. I wasn't fast enough for that. So I said, okay, let me go into caregiving. I went into caregiving. It was very little money. I was making $17 an hour. So then I realized that a lot of my caregiving ladies did not have, I didn't know how to take vitals. All I knew is how to take them from point A to point B, maybe bathe them, but I didn't feel qualified to really call myself a caregiver because I was just taking care of my parents. One had cancer and the other one had Parkinson's. And during that whole time, I was taking them back and forth and all of that to their appointments and things like that. So I just felt very overly overwhelmed. I never felt overwhelmed like that in 2015 when I lost my license. But jumping into going into being a caregiver, I realized I didn't have the qualifications to take care of these people, and these families were entrusting me to take care of their loved ones. So I said, let me go into CNA, certified nurse assistant. That way I know how to take vital signs, I know how to take their blood pressure, I know how to know what to take their, I can't take their count because I'm not an LVN, but I could take their oxygen level, everything that's basic, so I know that if that patient is good or not, is gonna die or not. So I went to school, I got my CNA license. I was very proud of myself, but once I started working in the hospitals, I'm 62. I was not fast enough. Every hospital that I went, every nursing home that I went to, I went with very good intentions to do the best thing and the best job that I could. But I wasn't fast enough. I wasn't good enough. We had to bathe 5 patients in the morning. I was still on my second or my third one, and they're like, "You're too slow." You mean you don't clean between their toes? You don't clean their? No, you just put them in, throw water, put them out. That's how we do it. Oh, I became so disheartened with the nursing home environment. Then when it was time to change their diapers, I would do it exactly how they told me in school. You take the little bucket, you get the water, you test their temperature, you talk to them. I would wash their back. I'm under here. I'm my God, you haven't been bathed for a long time. And I was too slow. You mean, no, you take their diaper out and you put a new one. That's it. And I said, I couldn't believe that was the institutions that I was working for. But I didn't have a choice. It's either that or I didn't have a choice. And I never knew to go on unemployment. I didn't even know how to apply. I had no idea. So everywhere I went to, Glendale Post-Acute got fired. Sherman Village got fired. Everywhere. Miriam, you're too slow. You take too much time. So then I'm thinking, what am I going to do? So when I was interviewed once I get fired, the hardships that I went to, my electricity gets cut off because it doesn't get paid. The Department of Water and Power already know me by heart. They said, I know you're already on a payment plan. The most we can put you on a payment plan is 5 months. 5 times. After that, we have to cut it off. So I already know I lived third world style. I have I already know it's going to get cut off this month. Okay, so let me just wait till I get my next whatever, get my sons to send me some money or whatever, and then I get a little bit money, and then I get my lights or my electricity or my water turned, or my whatever gets turned off. I did try renting in a neighborhood. Unfortunately, I live in an all-white Orthodox Jewish, not unfortunately, but everybody looks, white Orthodox looking, and I rented out to a Latina and an African American girl, and the neighborhood was very upset with me. So I even got a restriction, because they started parking close to where they park. They didn't like it. They started, creating problems and calling the police on me that I'm putting my car too close to their trash can. And I've been living in that neighborhood for 30 years. I never had a problem with any neighbors ever, ever, ever. So when I started getting into all those problems to the point where they pulled out a restraining order against me for walking across their house, and then the police came and handcuffed me and took me away, I thought, okay, my dad just passed away. If I go with him, I think that would be the best, because everything is coming wrong for me right now. I really felt defeated. Then I realized that was like a fake restraining order, but I couldn't prove it. I don't have the money to go and get those lawyers. I didn't have the money. So I just told my girls, I can't rent for you anymore. This is a very racist neighborhood, and I just want to keep it like that. So it's just me and my dogs, And when I got this job, just got this job as a child development specialist for Maxima, I told my boss, I said, look, I'm not a child development specialist. I know nothing of gross motor, fine motor, none of that. I'm a speech pathologist. I know speech. I know how to interact with the children. I know how to get, but I can't work as a speech pathologist because I don't have a license. So Mr. Anthony said, okay, we're going to train you to work as a child development specialist, but you're going to get trained to work with fine motor, to work with gross motor, to work with cognition, social, emotional, all these other areas, you know, that you work on with the child. And I did. I worked, he trained me. I worked under an OT. I worked under PT. I saw what they did. I took that time. Training was not paid. I did whatever I had to do to now work as a child development specialist with the whole child. Of course, I use speech in there because that's what I do, but I try to incorporate every area, every single area, because I have to report on every area. But because I'm speech, I can't stop talking. You know, when I'm doing fine motor, there's speech. When I'm doing gross motor, there's speech. When I'm doing this, there's speech, to the point where I don't want to make myself sound out to this great person, but the parents feel my energy. They see my energy. They see with what love and with what care and with what enthusiasm I work with their child. I came alive again, because not working with children is the most miserable thing. I came alive again, working with them. So now the parents at Regional Center are rejecting their speech therapist, and they're asking their coordinator to ask for me. I want Miriam, give me another hour. But she doesn't give me another hour. Whatever she's doing, I want more of that. And now I have a lot of additional hours. I'm very blessed to be working as a child development specialist, and working on other areas that I wasn't that great on. I didn't know about. But it's hard work, because you take your bag, you go from house, find parking, drag it to house in 110-degree temperature in the valley. But, you know, it beats being a certified nurse assistant. It's very hard on your knees and your back. I was placed on medication. I got high blood pressure. I got knee medication because I messed it up, and then my back too, because I guess I wasn't pulled, even though I had the brace, and I came all prepared with the elastic stockings and braces, and you would think I was going to war with the brace and the back and everything. But I guess, you know, when you're in your 60s, you're not in your 30s, and these 25-year-olds and these 30-year-olds were able to bathe five people, were able to change the diapers, were able to do all that. I wasn't able to do it. I wasn't fast enough, or I was too thorough, or I just couldn't take someone's diaper off and put it back. I couldn't do that. So that's how. Do you have any questions for me? I don't know. I don't have anything else to say.
Well, is there anything else you'd like to say about how you've rehabilitated yourself? What you've learned since the revocation of your license?
Okay. Number one, taking my license away is like taking your identity. I never knew that. I never knew. It's like someone telling me, you're not a woman anymore. No more. That's not who you are. So when they take your identity, who you are as a person, as what you're capable of and how you are and what you're able to do, you're very defeated. You're very ashamed. You're very ashamed. Now that it's been 10 years since that happened, I am like, what was I? Where was I? Where was my mind? How did I think I would be able to get away? Like, I have no explanation for any of that. It's been 10 years. It's not that person who I am anymore. I'm trying to do my best as I can. I don't want to be part of the limelight. I don't want to be seen. I don't want to be heard. Who's Miriam? Just an excellent therapist that's doing awesome by my kid. That's what I want to be named for. I know what it's like to get your electricity cut off, your light cut off. the shame of your family, oh, you lost your license, that shame, and that shamefulness within your own self, that you are your own judge, your own person to look in the mirror and say, you did that? How shameful, how terrible of a person you are. Shame on you. And every time I was walking in the hospital and that knee hurt, I'd say, you deserve that. Good for you. Good for you. You deserve that. Keep on doing it. Now shut up. Don't complain. You deserve that. Every step of the way. Every step of the way. When I had to take out the trash and take it out, you deserve that. Everything I deserve. Everything. Because my mind was not in the right place. I was not thinking in the right way. I was, I would say, entitled. Entitled is how I grew up. And it's a very, very bad way to grow up. A very bad way. And I'm sorry I had to learn that in my 60s. Really. It's very shameful. If I would have known all of this when I was 25, my life would have been completely different. Completely. All the mistakes I did over is just to try to keep it together. You know, I don't want to go into my first husband and all that BS, but you're always trying to chase that wholeness. Like, you want the family, and you'll do anything to keep it. You'll do anything. Bring people abroad from the Royal Caribbean. Really? Who does that? Crazy people like me. Which I will never do that. I mean, I love my job. I love where I work. I love what I do. I have excellent rapport with Maxima. And if you grant me my license, I will continue there because I'm very grateful for Mr. Anthony for giving me that opportunity to work with children again, knowing I did not have the 12 units as a child development specialist. And he said, we'll train you. We'll keep you. We'll work with you. And he believed in me. And I'm still there since April.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bill, do you have questions?
Yes, sir.
You need to turn on your microphone, sir.
Sorry. Mr. Ramirez, I just want to ask first a few questions about something you just said. I believe that you were referencing your initial criminal case when you said, why did I do that? My mind was not in the right place.
Yes.
Right? And then you said that part of the reason why you chose to do those acts was because you were entitled and the way you grew up?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you explain what do you mean by that?
Yes. What I mean about that is that I grew up in a Mexican household, and my dad was very, very strict. He's a doctor. He's a very, very strict, but anything we did, like in terms of school, he would reward it, you know, and so I got good grades in high school. I got good grades in college. I got my master's. I got good grades in that. So that was entitled, was rewarded. We went to Europe, we went to Mexico, we went to the Caribbean. I consider that entitled, privileged, maybe not entitled, but a privilege is kind of what I wanted to say. And I've never experienced what it was like, hardship and working and hustling and things like that. So it was a privilege is what I meant. Maybe it was wrong words.
Okay, I understand. But how did growing up in a privileged environment, how did that lead you to commit the grand theft that you were?
Very little consequences. There was very little consequences for any act. First of all, I was too afraid to do anything wrong, and then once I guess when I hired all those therapists that were licensed but in their country, not in this country, I've never kind of grew up with consequences, and so consequences was kind of very difficult. I didn't start learning consequences until later. later in life. And so not learning consequences when you're young, harsh consequences, could be very detrimental as you get older. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Now, I want to discuss the initial criminal case. In 2012, you entered a plea of no contest to grand theft. Is that correct?
To be honest with you, I can't remember because I had an attorney, Mr. Corey, so I was only following his advice. I'm not honest if I pleaded no contest or guilty or not guilty. I can't answer that because I don't remember.
Okay. I'm more interested in the underlying facts.
Okay.
My understanding is that you hired unlicensed people to go into your clients' homes?
Yes.
And you sent them into clients' homes to perform speech pathology-related tasks?
Correct.
Okay. Tasks that require a license?
Correct.
And you said that these people, these employees of yours, they were licensed in other countries?
Correct. This happened in,
I'm
so sorry. This happened in 2008. In 2008, this is what happened in 2008. Actually, what I was really wanting to do was do more of what I'm doing now, when I saw such a need as a child development specialist, because that's what I'm doing now, and that's what I was foreseeing in the future. I didn't understand the things that you can do now. They were not really doing speech because they're not speech therapists, but they were doing other things like helping them to catch balls, helping them to blow bubbles, stimulating them, doing turn-taking skills. Yes, and for that, I was already convicted. I already paid the price. I already paid retribution for that. I was already 7 years on probation, and I completed all that. So everything you're bringing up right now, Mr. Bryan, I already completed. And I was already judged and sentenced for that.
Sure, and I understand, and I'm
Thank
not
you.
trying to, relitigate this. My purpose in asking these questions is to understand your mindset now when you reflect back on those incidents.
That was 2008. We're in 2024.
Completely
I'm a
understand.
completely different person. I lost both mom and dad. That changes you completely different. One of my sons went to Mexico City to live. He prefers to live there. The other one is in medical school. When all that happened, my kids were like 12. So I'm completely a different human being.
Okay, but I still want to talk about these facts. You sent these employees out into people's homes knowing that they were not licensed, correct?
Correct.
And you knew that you were sending these people into the homes of your clients to perform tasks that required a license, correct?
Correct. Correct.
And why did you do that?
Because I did that for very, very immature and stupid reasons. Because I was always trying to keep the love of a men that don't deserve me, keep their children, their mothers, and for that you need income. It's a very embarrassing thing to say, and I'm very embarrassed even to admit it. But that was where my mind was before. It's whatever it took to keep whoever I was with at that time. It's a very a sick disease, I guess. I don't know what that is. But unless you realize what you did and how you did it and why you did it, it's never gonna get fixed, and it's never gonna get cured. That's not the person who I am. I'm very ashamed, like I told you before. I said that several times. I'm very ashamed. That was 2008. We're 2024, and I'm here for a different reason, to reinstate my license.
Okay, so if I understand you correctly, you committed these acts for financial reasons?
Correct.
Okay. Now, moving on to the initial board case that placed you on probation, I believe that was in 2015, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you agreed, or you stipulated to probation for a period of 7 years, is that right?
That's right.
And the basis for, can you explain what the basis for the 2015 discipline was?
The basis for the 2015 discipline was because I was not supposed to work from August to November, and I did, for Miracle Home Healthcare.
Okay, that's
That's why they took my license, but because I committed the act in 2015, they took it away in 21.
okay. So I want to go talk specifically only about the 2015 case, okay? Do you understand?
Okay.
Okay. What was the reason that you agreed to be placed on probation? Why did the board seek to discipline your license in 2015?
I was under the counsel of Mr. Corey, so I don't completely understand your question. I guess that was part of I had to pay a resolution, and I did. I had to go on probation for 7 years, which I did. That was part of the penalties that were placed upon me when my license was, I guess, restricted or whatever, for bringing those therapists into people's homes to provide therapy stimulation for children. Correct. So that was 2008, that's when it happened, okay? And then in 2015 is when they told me, I guess, you can't work from this month to this month, but after November, your license will be reinstated, but with a 7-year probation. You understand? So I could still work as a speech pathologist, however, my boss, whoever my boss was, had to sign off every 3 months. He had to sign off a sheet saying I'm still working in which I did religiously for 7 years. Also, every 4 months or 3 months, I remember I had to turn in a sheet over to my probate enforcement officer, and it had to state where was I working, what was I doing, blah, 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 if I got into any trouble, if I stole, if I committed any fraud, if I hurt anybody, anything like that I had to put on it, and then I had to get it signed off by my supervisor and send it to the speech board every 3 or 4 months, and I did that religiously for 7 years.
Thank you. But going back to the reason why you were placed on probation with the board in the first place, and I don't want to speak for you, but from what I'm hearing, you still are not exactly sure why you were placed on probation, is that correct?
Of course I'm sure why I was placed on probation.
And so what is the reason why you were
The reason I was placed on probation was because in 2008, I was charged with grand theft. That's why I was put on probation.
Okay.
I was put on probation. I was, all those things I just explained.
Okay. So you cleared that up for me, and I appreciate that. Now, with respect to the actual terms of probation, when you signed the stipulation, you were represented by an attorney, is that right?
Correct.
And that was Mr. Corey?
Correct.
And he went over the terms of the stipulation with you, is that
correct?
And so you were aware of all the terms that you were required to comply with?
Correct.
Okay. And then you also met with the board probation monitor before the day your probation actually started, right?
Correct,
And again, that person explained the terms and conditions with you.
correct.
And so you knew that that there was a 90-day license suspension,
Absolutely, I knew everything.
and you knew that the license suspension was supposed to begin 16 days after the effective date of the,
Absolutely, I knew everything.
okay. And you willfully disregarded that term, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you disregarded that term and worked during that period, is that correct?
That's correct. But it's just, I'm sorry, I mean no disrespect, it's the way you say willfully disregarded it. I didn't willfully disregard anything. I knew that I did not have anywhere to turn. Now, if it was me by myself, I could be without food, without water for 2 months, I'm fine. But I had 3 children, so I very, very much panicked, and I felt very much trapped and unprepared, yes, and very ashamed of it, but yes, I willfully disregarded it. No, I thought about it very well and what I was doing and the consequences of it.
Okay, and I understand the confusion. Willfully is in this context, is a legal term, but from what I am hearing from you, is that you felt like you had no other choice but
At that moment, yes.
Okay.
Now, I would analyze it differently. At that moment, yes. At that moment, yes.
And when the board brought the revocation action against you, I believe it was in 2020, do you recall testifying that the reason why you didn't comply with the 90-day suspension was because you thought that you and your probation monitor could coordinate a specific date?
No, that's not true.
That's not true?
That's not true. The dates were very, very specified. There was from this date to this date, there's the dates right there. There's no monitoring or there's no coordination. It was just given to me straight facts. I don't even understand that question.
Okay. Do you remember being in a hearing, I think it was probably, 3.5, 4 years ago?
Okay.
And you were asked questions about, well, let me rephrase this.
Can I just interrupt really quick?
Well, there's no question pending right now, so
Okay.
you can just wait for the next question. If there's something you
Okay.
want to clarify later, you can do that. Go ahead, Mr. Bill.
Thank you. So are you saying today that in the probation revocation hearing in 2020, that you did not testify that you misunderstood the specifics of the 90-day suspension?
No.
Okay.
First of all, it was a hearing that was done on Zoom, okay? It was very difficult me to hear or to completely understand the questions like they're being posed now. I knew exactly what day my suspension started and what day it ended. I did not have this misunderstanding of anything. If that was the question, I didn't understand it or I didn't hear it. It was done through Zoom, and a lot of the stuff was kind of difficult to completely grasp what was the judge, what were they asking me. And sometimes Mr. Corey would answer for me. So I knew exactly when it started. The dates were right there. They give it to you on a binder. You see it. So I'm not confused about anything.
Okay. Do you recall during that same hearing testifying that you completed the 90-day suspension between, I believe it was June and August of 2017?
No, it's not through June and August. It was between August and November.
2015?
Yes.
Okay.
That was, I already knew exactly, I knew because the school, I had to tell the school district. I had to tell 360, I can't work, so I didn't work. And I didn't go back to the school district until November. I got hired, but I couldn't go back to them because I was working in Moore Park until November.
Is it fair to say that you never actually served a 90-day suspension?
Yes, it's fair to say that.
Okay. I believe the board issued you a citation in 2017. Do you recall that?
Yes, I did.
And that was for failing to inform the board of your employer?
This was a misunderstanding with my employer. See, the thing is that my employer knew that I was on probation. And so before I get hired, I sent them like a little, whatever the speech board says, this is what you have to sign or whatever. So she looked at it. She did see the piece of paper. She did see it. I do have proof that I did send it to her. Okay, it wasn't until afterwards she said, oh, that's right, you did send it. But I had already paid Mr. Sanchez over $1,000 because he cited me. I didn't want to get any problems with the board because I knew that I had to follow exactly. I was already working for Moore Park, and my employer knew it. I was working for Moore Park, but she says, I'll give you $5 more if you go all the way to Hawthorne or whatever the heck she sent me. So she knew I was on probation, but she never liked me to work for other employers ever. She only wanted me to work for her, and I always went back to 360. So that's why I got fined. Because she said I never told her when I did.
Okay. Who are you referring to?
Her name is Maya.
And is that
That was the employer that I used to work for for that. And when she said that, I quit and I went back to 360.
And Maya, she was employed?
An employer that...
Okay, ma'am, if you could just wait for him to finish his question so the court reporter can take everything down. Thank you.
The employer was, I believe, a facility called Miracle, is that correct?
No.
What was the name of the employer that was involved in your citation?
Oh, in my citation?
Yeah.
In 2015?
No.
It was in which, 2015 or 17?
17.
Okay, that was her name. I don't remember. Her name was Maya, and I was working for a school district. It was not Miracle Home Healthcare. It was a school district because I used to be working for 360, and 360 would always place me in different school districts. And she was another agency that would put speech pathologists in school districts.
Okay. There was a second reason for the citation. I believe that was that you failed to provide your employer a copy of the 2015 stipulation that included the probation terms. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Which employer did you fail to provide that document?
To that lady that I told you to, that Maya lady.
Okay. And can you explain why you did not provide the full stipulation?
I didn't provide the full stipulation because I was embarrassed.
Were you concerned that you would lose your job?
No, because I wasn't completely concerned that I was going to lose my job because this lady, because I was bilingual in the school district where I was, she was the problem is that I presented to her verbally. I told her verbally, but I didn't make her sign the piece of paper, which was my bad. That was my carelessness. And so I just kind of told her, because I was embarrassed, but that was my carelessness. Because 360, I had no problem disclosing it to 360, and 360 was with me all the way.
Okay. Now, moving forward to the violation of probation hearing, one of the grounds that was alleged was that you fraudulently created documents, that you signed documents and submitted documents to an employer called Miracle. And I presume those documents were to establish your working hours. Do you recall that?
No.
Do you recall one of the reasons why the board revoked your license was because you claimed to have provided speech therapy to a child who was in the hospital rather than in her home?
Okay, let me clarify something. We don't provide speech therapy to children at Miracle Home Healthcare. It is a home-based facility for adult people. Now, there has been situations where I have gone into a home and the patient has gone to the hospital. So I have to wait till the patient comes back to do the swallowing or the cognitive therapy. Now, it has happened before that I have mistaken the date because there was no apps back in the days like there is now. I wasn't so technical where sometimes I would just write it on a piece of paper that I went on this day, and then I would have to cross it off and say, okay, I went on the following day. So no, to do something willingly like that, absolutely not. It could have been a mistake of charting it one day that it wasn't, but I would never go into a hospital. Now, I have before in the past gone into nursing homes where the patient has been taken to a nursing home for whatever reason. Now, there are nursing homes that will allow me to do either a treatment or whatever, but that's already been discussed between my agency and that nursing home. But it's never a child, and it's not a hospital.
Okay, I understand. But do you recall that the reason, or one of the reasons that your probation was violated and your license was revoked was because it was alleged that you provided speech therapy services to a client who was in the hospital? Do you recall that was?
That is what Miracle wanted to add on top of the fact that I worked for them when I shouldn't have worked for them. That I will definitely admit. But that other stuff that they're talking about, that didn't happen. They could say whatever they want to say. They have no solid proof of that I went to the hospital. What hospital? I want to see what hospital I went to. I want to see my name signing into that hospital. I mean, they could say whatever. Did I sign into the hospital? What hospital is it? That's the part I don't understand. I will admit when I've done wrong. I'm the first one to admit it. Yes, this happened. But now you're adding things that I'm not aware of, and I will not say yes to that because that didn't happen. We don't go to hospitals. And if we do, we always have to sign our name at every nursing home because I worked at plenty, so I know.
Okay, so just so that I'm clear on this, you did not create documents for Miracle that were designed to or to establish that you provided care to a patient in a hospital?
Not in a hospital, probably before or probably after.
Okay. Do you recall during the probation violation hearing that you testified that you recall providing services to a patient at the hospital?
No,
Okay.
we don't provide services at hospitals.
Okay. I want to talk just a little bit about your current job. You are currently a child development specialist, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I believe that, maybe I misunderstood this, but did you testify that in your position as a child development specialist, you do incorporate some elements of speech pathology?
You
Sorry.
incorporate.
Is that a yes?
Yes, sir.
So you have to answer with
Sorry.
full words because there's no way for the court reporter to take down anything else. So I'm sorry, you said yes, you do incorporate?
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain that?
Yeah. Unfortunately, for me, the whole session is not speech. You have to work on gross motor. You have to help the child walk if he doesn't know how to walk, and there's different techniques for that. If he's not using his hands very well, there are, you get little blocks and you show him how to stack. You do hand over hand. You have him play with Play-Doh. A lot of other techniques that I really didn't use in speech. You have gross motor, you have fine motor. You work on socialization, like different things. You use speech very little as you're working, but your whole session is not speech. It can't be speech because you have to report on gross motor, which is walking and crawling. And I have 6 months. If you're a speech pathologist, you can't have a 6 month. It's from 18 and up. Right now I have 6 months that I'm teaching how to crawl. I'm teaching how to roll over. I'm teaching how to sit. Very rewarding. I do that. I blow bubbles. I'm teaching them how to use their fine motor, things that I'm like, well, why am I going to do the whole session just doing this? Like, I think there has to be speech, but I've learned to curtail my session where there's other things going, a lot of other stuff, gross motor, fine motor, cognition. Then there's a little bit of receptive and a little bit of expressive, and I kind of do that towards the end.
Okay, and can you just describe the types of
activities?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hold on. That are consistent or that are related to speech pathology.
Yeah, that are related to speech pathology. Well, first of all, we don't call it speech pathology, but they just call it speech, and it's very, very simple. It's very simple things where a child, we can just say, roll the ball, catch the ball. Catch the ball, hold the ball. We just give them very simple instructions for them to meet the task that we want them to make, like we're playing with Play-Doh. The task is not so much for them to say, roll the way we do it in speech. It's more for them to teach them how to actually roll, how to actually hold the knife, and how to actually cut it. That's not important in speech, but that is important on the things that I do now. I have to focus on other things. But I could keep my mouth shut and just say, but I can't. So I say, cut, more cut. I don't have to do that. That's speech. But I want to add it because the child will have a higher understanding of visual, auditory, and gross motor. So that's how I incorporate speech on all the activities that I do. Even when they're walking, I go walk, walk, walk. I could keep my mouth shut because we're not supposed to talk. But since I've been a speech pathologist since '92, I don't know how to give a session just keeping my mouth shut. I have to, and then I see the kid imitating. I'm like, okay, good, we're doing it right. So I'm not only teaching him how to walk, I'm only teaching him how to imitate. I'm teaching him how to produce. I'm teaching him how to do turn taking. And I see a lot of need in the regional center where I work. A lot of need. And so that's what those are the activities that I do. And I do like 4 to 5 to 6 a day.
Okay, thank you. And I believe you testified that parents of the children that you are currently working with are seeking you to perform further speech?
Not speech. Not speech.
Not speech. Okay.
I'm a child development specialist.
Okay.
It's not a speech pathologist.
Right, so.
We don't make the same thing, and we don't do the same things. They're seeking me to do, because I am a child development specialist, and that's how they have me in the regional center, not a speech therapist.
And I understand that.
Not at all.
I understand that. What I'm asking is, you testified that patients of the children you're working with, I believe you stated, are rejecting their speech therapist
Correct.
at the regional center.
Correct.
And they're asking for you
Correct.
to perform speech therapy.
Not to perform speech therapy.
Instead of, or
To perform the whatever therapy I am doing on their children, they like it more. They see I'm more engaged. They see I'm more loving. They see I'm more enthusiastic. They see that I put my heart, that I put my soul, that I even show the parents, look what she's doing here, look what she's doing there, look how she's understanding. I engage the parents, I talk to them, I'm bilingual, I speak Spanish. So yeah, they prefer my services than someone that's just there, that's not engaging, I guess. I don't know what the speech therapist has, but what I have, they like. And it's not speech therapy. Let's clear that. It's not speech. It's another hour of child development services.
okay. But are these parents, are they seeking, if you get your license back, do they, if you're aware, do these parents want you to take over the speech therapy?
They can't wait. In fact, my boss can't wait. In fact, regional center can't wait. In fact, I would be helping so many children in the San Fernando Valley by having a speech license. Yes. Because I can expand my skills that I can't now. There's no way I could work on the things that I would like to work because I don't have a license to do it. So I just have to work within my scope of practice, which is very, very limited.
Okay, and within that scope of practice that you're currently working in, you have incorporated speech techniques.
That's part of the program.
Okay.
We have to report on receptive and expressive and cognition and fine motor and gross motor and play skills and adaptive behavior. That's part of the program, but it's not just speech. They have someone that comes just for speech.
And your employer and the parents of the children, they've seen enough of your work incorporating speech techniques that they want you to take over the speech therapy if you're relicensed. Is that
Correct.
right? Okay.
Yes.
So I want to wrap this up. You agreed that you didn't comply with the 90-day suspension, is that right?
Correct.
And you agree that you did not provide your employer full notice of your probation, is that correct?
Yes, that's completely correct.
Okay, and you didn't inform the board regarding one of your employers, is that right?
That's right. Or not the full story,
Okay.
just the half story.
And your testimony is that you did not create fraudulent documents for Miracle, is that correct?
For Miracle? No. Everything I did for Miracle, I worked for Miracle, and they know it.
And you never provided treatment to a patient at the hospital?
Oh, no.
Hold on. While you were working at Miracle?
No.
You
No,
did
sir.
not do that?
Not in a hospital.
Okay.
Because I want to see the sign-in sheet of what hospital and where then you could say I worked, but there's no sign-in sheet.
Okay.
You have to sign in. They will not let you in any, not even in a nursing home, unless you sign in.
So what can you tell the board to assure them that you will not reoffend? That you will not reoffend or violate the laws relating to speech therapy?
Losing speech therapy is losing who you are. Is losing your soul, is losing your life, is losing the person who you are. And not only that, you lose your dignity. You don't feel like you're a human. You feel less than a human at every level. You could be working as a CNA, but you're still subhuman. Now I know what subhuman feels like. I never knew what being a subhuman felt like. Now I know. I know what it's like to get your lights cut off. I know what it's like to get your electricity cut off. I know what it's like your dad decided, nope, not going to help you. Now my dad's passed away. Now he really can't help me at all. It's very, very difficult. So I rather not pay these consequences that I paid terribly and get my license back and provide, good therapy to my children, to my families, and to where I'm staying, where I am right now. And I completely learned of all the terrible things I did, the shameful things that I did. And I'm very sorry, and I want to be a good standing citizen and get my dignity back as a human being.
And can you describe the steps that you've taken during the
Yeah,
I'm
sorry.
During the period of revocation that has led you to this understanding?
Yeah, I spoke to a therapist for a long time to uncover, I'm a responsible person. I raised the kids on my own. Someone that's been raised by a doctor and you go to school and who does this and why am I doing this? So I had to uncover and unpeel and go inside of who you really are and the things that you're doing to find out what you did and why you did it. Because unless you don't do that, it continues to offend and offend, no matter how old you are, until you realize, Miriam, you're 62. When is this going to end? When is it going to end? When is it going to end? It ended when I said it's going to end. And I just went straight up to my employer and I said, look, this is what happened. I got my license taken away because of this. I verbally told my employer now. I verbally told my employer, I don't have this, I don't have that. I don't even have a child development specialist. I don't even have the credential. I don't have the units. I only took speech. And he said, I'll give you the job. And I said, you give me a job? I don't have this. I don't know about gross motor. I don't know fine motor. I don't know anything. All I know is speech. He said, yeah, I'm going to train you. And so he believed in me. So if he believed in me, I believe in myself. So I'm going to do good by me and by him and by Regional Center. And I'm very sorry. Very, very sorry.
Thank you. You didn't provide any proof of completing therapy or participating in therapy in your petition to the board, is that correct?
You mean my private therapy with my therapist?
Yes.
I didn't know I had to give her name or anything.
And during your subject interview that you completed with your attorney, you did not mention participating in therapy, is that correct?
I told my therapist, my attorney, all these things, but unfortunately, my attorney did not disclose it to, I guess, whatever who I had to disclose it to. I gave him a lot of paperwork, a lot of things like that, and I didn't see him forwarding anything. That's why my attorney is no longer my attorney.
Okay, but when you were questioned by the investigator, I am so sorry. When you were questioned by the investigator, you did not mention participating in therapy, correct?
I probably didn't. I didn't think about that at that moment.
Okay.
I didn't think about it. It probably just passed my mind.
Okay.
I don't know if she asked me or not. I don't even remember. There's so many things I wanted to tell her that I just couldn't put everything in perspective. Here, everything is coming together.
Okay, I have nothing further.
Okay, thank you. Do members of the board have questions? I'll start on my left. Mr. Borges?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Sanders?
No, Your Honor.
Anybody in the row? I can't, sorry.
Yeah, hi. Mr. Anthony, he's your current employer?
Yes,
Is that correct?
yes.
Did you get a letter from him, letter of recommendation?
Yes, I did. It's right here.
Okay, that is in here?
Right here. It's way in the back.
Thank you.
It's right here.
And the second question, I'll look for it. If it's in the back, I'll take a look. Thank you. And the second question is, how long did you go to therapy?
I went to, it's right here.
Thank you. I'll find it if it's.
I went to
Thank you.
therapy as soon as my dad passed away. And as soon as my mom passed away in 2021, that's when I started therapy. I started therapy in 2021, and I started through Zoom because it was during COVID. And so when my mom passed away, that's when everything started coming apart, and then I started therapy online. I started through Kaiser, because that's my insurance. And I started therapy in 2021, and then my dad passed in 2022. My therapist helped me through then, and then I lost my license in also 2021. So my therapist was there through the whole transition of both parents passing away. That's when I started.
Thank you.
Good morning. I just had a couple questions, first related to the petition for penalty relief document that's in Exhibit 1, if you need to look at it for your memory, to jog your memory.
Would I be excused to go to use the restroom?
Yes, of course. We'll go off the record on the hearing. Okay, we'll go back on the record after a brief recess. And I believe, Ms. White, you were asking some questions?
Yes, thank you. So on the petition for penalty relief form, it looks like you completed that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Would you, maybe I'm misunderstanding, and would you please explain for me under the background information, which is the third page, why you would have indicated no to questions B and F?
I'm sorry, where is that exactly? What exhibit is it?
It's Exhibit 1.
Exhibit 1?
The petition for penalty relief request form.
There's a form?
Yes, ma'am, I think it's the form that was filled out to request what we're doing here today.
Oh, okay. Where did you say?
So on it's page 2 of 4, but it's labeled as AG 003.
AG 003.
Yes.
Say that again.
Yeah, so just curious as to why you would have responded no to question under the background information on B and F.
Be any prior California licensed. Oh, I'm sorry, that was a typo. That should have been yes. That's wrong.
Okay.
That's wrong. That should have
Just
been.
an error.
Yeah, that's an error. That should have been yes. Any prior, that's why I'm petitioning, because there's a prior. So that's, yes, that should have been yes.
Okay, and with F as well?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And then for I saw your license for CNA on the board, on the licensing page, so congratulations for that as well. I know that's a lot of work. On those questions, to get that license or certification as well, it does ask the same questions. Do you think you responded to those appropriately when you applied?
Yes, I had to apply. I had to say yes because they had to grant me clearance. So there was no way, if I made that mistake, they wouldn't have granted me clearance because they would have checked. That's why I got the clearance from the health department.
Okay. And for the child specialist, is there any registration or certification for that?
No, because I was on, there's no registration. Actually, no, there's no license, there's no registration. I guess it's just your units that you have to have, which I don't have. And I just got from the training and from, I think he got me from he employed me from the training and my experience, and I just my blatant honesty.
Okay. As a speech pathologist,
yes.
What type of documentation is required? I'm an audiologist, not a speech language pathologist. So in terms of the medical documentation that's required, is it extensive?
To get your license as a speech?
Just in a general day.
It's a lot of work. You have to get 4 years of college and then 2.5 years to get your master's, and then you have to do your internship, your CFY, your clinical fellowship. You have to be supervised by a licensed speech pathologist for 9 months, and that's how you get licensed. And then you have to pass a state board, a verbal and a written.
Okay. On your day-to-day as a speech language pathologist, when you're providing care to your clients, what type of documentation? Is there a lot of documentation required?
No, what we do, we have an app, and then on the app, you clock in, you clock out, and on the app is where you write your notes. Like a child did this, but basically you jot it. I don't do it I like to do it on the computer because I'm not that techie like that. And you have a section on when you do your notes, and you have to provide notes on gross motor, fine motor, social development, on every little section. And then you have to comment on the goals that have been placed there by whoever assessed the child.
Okay, it sounds like that's a lot of attention to detail. Is
yes,
that
a lot.
Required?
Yes.
Okay. And then would you please help me understand just a little bit better when you're working as a child specialist, if you didn't have any background in speech language pathology, what would be the expected types of tasks that would require speech? Like what type of verbal tasks would you be doing?
Very limited.
Such as, can you give
very
me some
limited.
examples?
Just provide the child's just instructions, very simple, like, oh, put your hands here, or just do this, and if they do something right, you'll go like, yay. I've observed some therapists not even go, yay, or get excited, okay, let's move on. And, it's when I was shadowing them, when I was very, very limited, very dry, very, just wrote things like that. And I guess we as speech pathologists, we can't be rote. We're not rote. Very spontaneous. We have to figure out. And then what I see is that when I was shadowing, I would see, I'm like, oh, that's not. She has way too many toys, way too many stuff. Oh my God, the child's not going to be able to do X, Y, and Z. So I would start thinking, okay, when I start doing this, I'm going to do it this way. I'm going to present a toy at a time, and if it's gross motor, these are my gross motors. Here, I'm separating my toys per the activities that I do, because as a speech, I just grab, I know what to do. As a child development, I'm still, oh yeah, this child, I don't take any toys, that's right. I only work on crawling, and so a lot of the parents, they have the activities there.
Sure, so when you were mentioning about working in some other skills like imitation, production, turn taking, that's not something normally that would be occurring.
That would not be something that other other child development specialists would work on.
Okay, that's all I have, thank you.
Madam Chair?
Thank you. You mentioned that there's no registration or licensure that's required for your current job role.
Correct.
But there are the required 12 units. Can you explain what those required 12 units are specifically addressing?
Yeah, the 12 specific units has to do with child development, which has to do with, I guess, child psychology, their, I guess, development from birth, things like that. Those are the 12 units that you have to take. Now, I took child development units, but not the units, because in order to get, now that I realize, in order to get any license or anything like that, or anything to transfer from one university to the other, it has to be within 7 years. I went to school in the 80s. I got my license in 92. So a lot of the courses that I took were more in speech, in the development of the speech, on the theories of speech development, not so much on the child itself, but mostly on the speech and how pragmatic and language and all that stuff, whereas the child development is mostly just working on the child as it develops up until 12 months, only their development. That's what I think that's what it is. But because I had the experience of working as a speech pathologist, I think that's why I got this position, because I couldn't get a child development, not even anywhere else, because I didn't have those 12 units within the 7 years. You know, I went in the 80s, so whatever I took wasn't accepted, or everything was rejected.
And what is the usual mode of obtaining these 12?
You just go to a college, you take your 12 units, and you just go to any not a 4 university, but for a 2-year university, you can get the 12 units.
Okay, as you understand it, as a child development specialist, is not having met this requirement and still being able to work a usual exception, or is there an exemption that was provided to you to make you still be allowed to work as this employer?
I think it was, I don't know, if I didn't have to sign anything. I just had to turn in all my credits from school. I turned in all my credits that I did as a license to get my master's and to get my bachelor's as a speech pathologist. So everything was under speech, and so I think my boss looked at all of that and looked at my letters of recommendation and looked at and talked to other people that I worked at, maybe school districts. I worked at several school districts, so I think he got, after doing his research, he said, okay, I will hire her as a child development, knowing that I already know what a child does when he's 2 months, when he's 3 months, when he's 6 months, when he's 12 months, in terms of the speech. I didn't know in terms of the motor skills. That's different. You know, in terms of, that is the OT, that's a PT. But they just kind of throw us, so if they have PT, you get child development. If they have OT, they throw child development. So we're just kind of like the extra, like the icing, like the stimulators, you know? Something like that.
How have you affirmed that this is okay for you to be able to work without meeting the 12 units, and to make sure that you're working within your designated current scope of practice and job responsibility?
I'm very thankful for my boss. I was very honest with my boss. I gave him everything that I had in terms of all my schooling, all the classes that I took. He was very impressed that I went to CNA school. He says, oh, okay, you already have, live, if there is any emergency, you would know what to do. You have CPR. Like I even had things that most child developments didn't have. Like I know because of my studies, I think that's what he relied on in the other classes that I've taken and all the other units that I've taken, that he took all of that into consideration is what I think. And also my work ethics that I've proved to him since April, how I've been working and how I'm taking, and the parents are really liking the therapy that I'm doing. So they're requesting more of my services.
Okay. You had mentioned that there are clients that are asking for your services once you become able to provide speech pathology services. Currently, how are you articulating the status of your licensure to the clients that you're serving?
My clients know that I'm not a speech pathologist, that I don't have a license, but they know that I have the background. That they know, okay? So they already know that I can't, write a report. I can't speak to another person. I can't even give them advice. I can't even. They ask me a lot of questions about speech and how to go about. I can't even answer them.
So how do you articulate that to them?
Oh, I tell them. Oh, how do I articulate that to them? I said, within my scope, I could only talk to you about the goals that states right here when we're working on, this is what we're working on, crawling, we're working on this, we're working on that, and all that other stuff. Why don't you consult your speech pathologist? Because this is within my scope, and I stay within my lane. That's what I do.
I have one last question. How
Yeah.
does it come up during your sessions that you have this background in speech pathology and that you're, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but what your further actions are at this current point so you can now reconvene providing speech therapy?
It is,
How is that coming up in conversation?
it is, yeah, I understand what you're saying. It is very frustrating. It's like I could do this, but I'm this. I could do what you're asking me, but my hands are tied. I can't do it. But I can. I mean, mentally and whatever, but legally I can't. So what I tell them is that this is as far as I can go. This is as much as I can do. However, if you need additional skills, if you need additional whatever, speak to the licensed speech pathologist. Trust me, they're going to give you additional. Trust me, she's going to tell you more. I can't. Just like they ask me OT questions. I don't know. They ask me about audiologists. I'm not an audiologist. They ask me about physical therapy. Is he going to walk? You think he's going to be able to walk? I'm not a physical therapist. I'm just holding him so he doesn't fall, make his little legs strong. I'm only working on the goal. So let's focus on, and I always put them back, let's focus on the goal. Let's see what the goal is. All that other stuff, I always talk to your service coordinator from the regional center, and they will give you additional skills, additional this, I always refer back to their coordinator. Always.
Thank you.
Ms. Chambers?
Yeah, just a quick couple of questions. When was the last time you actually worked as a fully licensed speech-language pathologist?
January or February of 2021, I think. I was working for Santa Monica School District. And then my employer, 360, told me, your license so you can't. I said, okay, that was the last day. I didn't go back to work the next day. I mean, I think it was in February.
And since then, have you been participating in any kind of maintenance or certification for your licensing?
I took a lot of CE units online from speechpathology.com. I've gotten like over 55 units that I did, and then in this year I started taking more because that's my field. That's who I am. So I continue to take, even though I don't practice. I want to know what's new in the field and what's going on, and it's very interesting. Things that I used to see in graduate school and some of these seminars, I'm seeing it now, like cochlear implants. I see kids with cochlear implants that I would only dream about in in Zooms and in lectures.
Did you provide any of that to us?
Yes, the CE units, yes, all of that I provided.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Chang?
In my first package, and then my second one too, yes.
Hi, I want to go back to the 2015 when you weren't supposed to work from, I think it was August to November?
Correct.
And you were taking care of 3 kids, and I was reading the packet. You had 2 boys and then 1 stepdaughter, right?
Yeah.
And then I heard from you that they were at private school. I know the stepdaughter, the husband was gone, what you mentioned, but the other 2, the dad, did he provide child support?
No, my ex-husband left me when Max was 2. Alex was just born. I never got child support ever from him when he left. He was an attorney and he made it look in court that he didn't make any money, so I don't know how to do things like that, so I ended up having to pay him spousal support.
Okay, were you paying him spousal support?
Not at that moment, no.
Okay.
But only at the very beginning, at the very, very beginning, and then my attorney fought that, so I didn't have to do that anymore. At the very, like in 2003, 2004.
Okay, and then the children, were they in contact with their dad?
Not
during
really,
August,
no.
November?
No.
Okay. Okay, that's it.
No.
Okay, so those are all the board's questions. Do you have any other testimony you wish to give?
No, Your Honor. Thank you so much for the time.
Okay, thank you. Then that completes your testimony. And as I understand it, the board has all the documents that you want considered. There's nothing else you have there you want to present at this time?
No, everything I turned in is given to the board.
Okay, and there are no other witnesses you indicated you wish to call?
No, not at this moment.
Okay. All right, then. Each side at this point has the opportunity, well, let me ask for Mr. Bill. Did you have any witnesses you wanted to call?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Each side at this point has the opportunity to make a closing statement, if they wish, sort of summarizing what the board has heard and what they think the proper outcome is. So I'll start with you, Mr. Ramirez. If you wish to give one, you may do so.
I'm not very good at doing final statements. I've never really done this before. I hope this will be my last ever in front of you people, honorable people. I'm very ashamed, very ashamed. I don't want to be in the limelight. I rather just be heard and not seen, or just not even seen or be heard, and just be known for my care and for my work for my kids. That's all I want to be known for. That's it. And I'm very ashamed for the things that I've done. I take full responsibility, 100%. Everything that happened to me, I deserved it. Every single bit. Every single thing.
Okay, Mr. Bill?
Yes, briefly, Your Honor. The mere expression of remorse does not demonstrate rehabilitation. Full acknowledgement of wrongdoing is merely the first step. And although we heard Ms. Ramirez accept responsibility for her license revocation, the first sentence of her narrative to the board proves otherwise. She writes, on March 20th, 2021, an administrative law judge revoked my speech and language license for violating the status of my suspension. She writes it as though she had something imposed on her rather than receiving the discipline based solely on her actions.
Can I say something about that?
Well, you'll
No?
get a chance to do a final
Okay.
comment after Mr. Bill is done.
And we haven't heard anything regarding what she's learned or any self-reflection of why she engaged in this repetitive behavior. And again, in her narrative statement, she states since the revocation of my license, I've learned not to abuse the system. That was something that should be understood before you get your license. She says, if presented with the same or analogous situation today, I have the necessary tools, education, and support system. She provided no evidence to substantiate this. And in fact, it sounds like she's having a more difficult time now than when her license was revoked. What we have heard today is evidence of veracity issues. At the probation hearing regarding the 90-day suspension, she testified that she thought that the suspension could be served at a date mutually agreed upon with the probation monitor. And if you read the violation of probation proposed decision, it states that. It also states that the ALJ did not believe this testimony. Today, she contradicted that testimony and stated she did not testify to that she knew exactly when the suspension was to be served. She also changed her testimony today regarding providing services to a client in the hospital. At the VOP hearing, she testified that she recalled providing services to a client in the hospital. Today, she's claiming that she did not make that testimony. And again, that is laid out for you in the proposed decision that revoked her license. So what evidence of rehabilitation do we have? We have proof that she obtained a CNA certificate, and that's a great accomplishment. We have proof that she is currently working and has a good relationship with her employer. That is very important. But she's presented no evidence to address the underlying issues. She's failed to explain how she has changed. And in fact, today is the first time we've ever heard about her participating in therapy. We have no actual proof of that. She has proven, there is evidence that she has financial need for her license back, and that is important. And I certainly understand feeling compassion, being compassionate for someone who's going through this type of financial situation. But that alone does not authorize the board to grant her a license. And in fact, you can have both compassion but accept that she hasn't met her burden. And for those reasons, I would ask you to deny her petition and not reinstate her license. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Ramirez, if you want the last word, you may have it.
Yes, regarding that statement that he said that, that somebody imposed something on me, all of a sudden, I'm not an attorney. That's not how I read it. Those were not my intentions. I said my license got revoked because I did not complete the things I had to do for my life, for my probation. It didn't say that something was imposed on me. That's something that I did, and that's why it happened. I guess the good thing is about not being an attorney is that you don't put words in other people's mouths. I'm talking with all due respect. Regarding therapy, I thought that was a very, I disclosed my bank statements. I disclosed that that I asked for food stamps, that I asked for unemployment, that I disclosed my taxes, and even Mr. The attorney next to me said, you know, let me just scratch off your Social Security. Like, you sure you want to disclose medication? You sure you want to disclose? Like, he was telling me you're disclosing too much. That's too much. He was the one that crossed off my social. I said, I have nothing to hide. I'm disclosing everything. I didn't know that my own private, but if you need the name of the therapist that I was getting counseling from, it's from Kaiser. That's who I have my insurance with. And I can look it up online and give it to you. I didn't know that my private conversations with her had to be disclosed to the speech board, but I did. I started therapy as soon as I lost my mom in 2021, and it continued all the way till 2022. The fact that the attorney keeps on saying that I went to some hospital to treat a patient, he has not provided proof that I even went to a hospital or that I even registered at that hospital, because we don't go to hospitals and provide services. I don't know if my attorney was talking over me. I don't remember this. I don't remember, but there's no proof that I went anywhere. I really want to see where I signed in. That miracle says I do that. I did that. Regarding, he says that I just have financial problems. Yes, I have financial problems. I also did not know that I had to disclose what was the underlying cause of this. I know. I went to therapy for it. I know exactly. I understand it very, very well. I didn't understand it before. Now I do. I'm 62 years old. My leg is messed up. My knee is messed up because I was working very hard as a CNA. I'm still working very hard. I'm barely making it now, but I am so much better. The attorney wants to say that I'm worse off. No, I'm better off now than when I first lost my license. Because when I first lost my license, I was lost. I didn't have any skills of any sort of anything. I really felt lost, and I was really experiencing very severe panic attacks, where I got Effexor from my physician at the hospital, and that's when he said, I'm going to refer to you. So my physician, Dr. Yamaguchi, if you need to know, was the one that referred me to my personal psychologist at Kaiser in Panorama City. I didn't know I had to disclose that and the underlying issues, but now I know I did. That's why I disclosed everything else except that. I'm trying to be as truthful as I can. I am financially, it's very difficult for me, mentally, morally, spiritually, in every which way it has affected me. I don't know what else I need to show, I need to prove where I am right now. And it's going to be completely up to in your hands to decide. I have already given you everything that I could possibly give you, and the attorney keeps on mentioning that I was confused about the dates. I was never confused. They give it to you, and my probation officer gave it to me like, here, this is how it is. You can't work from this day to this day. Your license will be reinstated on this day. And I remember her. She was a very, very nice probation officer. Not Tanisha. There was a different one, the one before. She was very nice and very professional, who explained everything to me to the T. I met with her in Sacramento. So I don't even know what he's talking about that. And if that was, I don't know what that is. My attorney kept on interrupting, so I don't know. It was right there. You can't work from August to November. I knew.
Okay, thank you. That will complete the hearing on the petition, and we'll go off the record for purposes of that, and I'll turn the meeting back to the board chair.
Thank you. Now, since the hearing has been completed, we will now adjourn to closed session. Okay, I am reopening our board meeting at 1:02. I will continue by verbally calling roll. Myself, Gilda Dominguez, present. Dr. Amy White.
Here.
Mr. Todd Borges.
Here.
Ms. Karen Chang.
Here.
Mr. John Danduran.
Here.
Dr. Charles Sanders.
Here.
Dr. Tamara Chambers.
Here.
We have a quorum. I would like to ask the office staff to announce who is present as well.
Paul Sanchez, Executive Officer.
Sharice Burns, Assistant Executive Officer.
Maria Lorenzo, Legislation, Regulations, and Budget Analyst.
Yu Ping Lin, Board Counsel.
Thank you. We're going to reconvene discussing Agenda Item 11, the Board 2025 to 2028 Strategic Plan Review and Approval. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Sanchez and Ms. Burns to continue and providing information on the draft, and we will continue with item number 4.
Okay, just continuing where we left off on item number 11, we were on goal number 4, which is laws and regulations. The board protects California consumers by the laws and regulations governing the speech language pathology, audiology, and hearing aid dispensing professions. And we'll do what we did yesterday. We'll just give you time to kind of look over the objectives, and we want to look them over for clarity and for any changes you might want to make, and we also want to prioritize.
Excuse me, Paul, could you just be number 5 there? What, are you talking about a work-life balance for us?
I was confused about this one, too.
This particular objective came up with the discussion of the different work settings that the appointing powers recruit for board members. So the governor's office, if they're looking for a speech language pathologist, we want to make sure that they're representing the settings that we work with. For instance, we have a lot of issues of SLPs in school settings. So we want to make sure that we have that balance. We have a requirement in the statute that says, for instance, you have 2 audiologists, of which one has to be a dispensing audiologist. We don't have that requirement for SLPs, so we just want to make sure that, I think that's what was expressed in the meeting, right? Is that, am I saying that correctly,
Yes,
Gilda?
yes,
Okay.
absolutely, yes.
And so I think, and obviously, we don't have any authority over what the governor chooses, but creating some sort of recommendation of the board would like a balance between these work settings for this license type, these work settings for this license type, that kind of the methodology.
What is it meant by prioritize regulatory packages?
So these are the rulemaking files that we already have in the queue, so to speak. Maria Lorenzo presents them on our agenda and we see them, but they're all kind of in the works, so we have to prioritize them. We prioritize them now, and we say we're going to work on these 3. I'll give you a for instance. We're working on audiology, which is the requirements for an audiologist to take the dispensing exam. What are those, or to become a hearing aid dispenser? Right now, the board has come up with language to only require audiologists to take a written exam and not the practical exam. So now that's in the works, but we may be working on something else that's a higher priority, like disciplinary guidelines. So I think what we want is more input from the board on those priorities, right?
Absolutely, and to consider it this way is sometimes what seems very easy and small can be a complex package, but then also things that we already know will be large and voluminous and complex.
Yeah.
We have to kind of pick and choose when and where we get the parts moving, and then how to do that and put it on the calendar. We work with our partners on when to get it on the calendar. We even tell the Office of Administrative Law when we think we'll try to get them these package. I mean, like, everybody's trying to like gauge the schedule and what we can do, how much we can do in any one time, and it's helpful to kind of get those priorities. And so, sometimes it's perfect timing for a low-hanging fruit, and something simple is already done, and legal can get back to you, and suddenly it moves, and you're like, well, why that one? Like, why this little one? But it was already mostly done versus something very large and complex and voluminous. So I think it's just trying to get that kind of input and prioritization as well. So that way we don't know, not that we would, but not that we just go to the low-hanging fruits so we can get them out the door. So, because that still takes time, and there's only one Maria.
It may also be helpful, a lot of boards focus on legislative committees, and we have board members participating in committees that deal with legislation. Our board is dealing more with regulatory packages, rulemaking files. So it may be helpful for us to either expand the legislative committee to deal with regulations too, and they could help us with the prioritization, or we have a separate committee that just deals with that. And I'll just add to that, 4.1, continue periodic reviews of board regulations and update. This is very broad, obviously. You know, how do we do that? Do we just start opening the book and, you know, taking it apart, or, you know, tinkering with laws? That's a big undertaking. And I think, I'm not sure how we would, I mean, I'm sure there's ways of looking at number one, but we might want to just look at that and be more specific on how we would do that, or what the board wants there out of that objective.
Anyone have any initial thoughts on if they want to move something?
I don't know.
Amy?
It's so critical. Sorry. I don't see anything that's so pressing that we have to push it. Yeah, out of the order that it's in, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
I actually think number 2 is really important, because if we don't educate the licensees about the recent changes, they're going to get in trouble. So I think that's one of the important things that we should do. And then just a comment on number 5. I read it also very confused, like Todd. I read it the same exact way, and I'm like, I'm a public member. I don't know how to do like regulation for speech pathology or audiology. So I was thinking, I changed it around to say advocate for different types of work settings for members of the board during the appointment process to achieve a more balanced input into board decisions and their impacts on different work settings. But I actually don't like that word, work settings, but I don't know what word to use, like what to use. So that's one of my suggestions. And then for number 1, what I'm thinking is one of the ones that we were talking about was telehealth, right? That's a changing technology. It seems like everybody is doing it these days. And so number 1 is like as an example of telehealth. So continue periodic reviews of board regulations to reflect current professional practices and technologies. Because you're going to, I mean, you right now we have telehealth, you're going to have AI coming in, you're going to have all these different things. It's moving really quickly.
Do you want use of technologies? So current professional practices and use of technologies, and their use of technologies?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, you guys on hearing aids, you guys use apps now, don't you? Or internet?
Much to my chagrin, yes, we do use
Yeah,
apps.
see, you guys use apps.
I hate phones.
And phones to match to
Yeah.
like connect to the hearing aid.
The bane of my existence.
I know.
I have to admit, while I was reviewing it, I couldn't find a better term than work settings as well. So
What if we were to do members employed in a variety of work settings? Something like.
Environment, like work environment, I don't know.
For audiologists, we're differentiated easily. You're a dispensing audiologist or you're not. Speech pathologists are not so easily differentiated, and there's hundreds of different specialties in speech pathology.
Or settings.
Yeah, settings. You have a
settings.
school setting, you have a home setting, you have.
Hospital, swallowing,
Hospitals,
dysphagia.
Setting just may be the best
Anything
Work
you
settings.
specialize in.
alternative, the best.
Work
compromise.
environments.
I think settings is also consistent with our education. I mean, when you go to get your hours, you have to do it in certain types of settings. So that language is consistent with our training anyway.
It's something that someone in the industry that reads it will have an immediate understanding of what they're talking
Yeah,
about.
I mean, if that's fine.
Should we call out SLP members there, like for balance and work settings for SLP members?
I hesitated because why would we make it for one and not for
Right.
all? So that was my only,
Only because that's where the issue seems to
oh,
be.
completely the issue at the moment. But I was trying to think
At
of
the
like,
moment,
if we're going to develop something,
Yeah.
I mean, if you're going to spend the time.
You know, like, for example, it'd be very helpful to, like I said, I know it can't be mandated, but, I know it can't be mandated, right? But again, advocate for a speech pathologist, for example, that has experience in medical, right? Which is myself, or somebody else in the schools, right? So those types of work settings, because you need to hear both aspects of the profession and the voice.
Going back to where you're talking about where number 2 was important, which I agree, is it important enough that you think it should be number 1, or are you happy with it being number 2?
I would like it to be number 1, but it doesn't have to be. I'm not, it's not a make or break, but I don't want the excuse for some people to be like, oh, I didn't know that you changed these regulations, or, I don't know, maybe you guys are on some type of email list, but who knows? I'm on a bunch of email lists that I don't really read anyway.
I'm pretty sure when they get their first CE audit letter, they will become more informed. As much as we try and put it on the website and we'll send it out via listservs, it may come down to, I'm getting audited, I better look it up.
I guess, I mean, I guess it goes ahead with outreach too, making them more informed so that they can also provide, like, advice, or not advice, but like comments during the comment period. Because when we see comments during the comment period, it's usually from the OSHA or CASHA, or not OSHA.
ASHA.
Yeah, huh?
ASHA.
ASHA.
Are you thinking of moving that from outreach and communication over to laws and regs then?
No.
Okay.
I agree with how you talk about with it being a priority, because what's the first thing everyone says when I didn't know that. That's the first excuse everyone has, right? I didn't know that.
But I mean, it's not, I mean, all of
And they may
these are-
come up with it anyway, but at least,
Yeah,
if
yeah,
we,
if it's 2, it's fine too, it's not a big deal.
I think we can do a better job of that.
So we just have a few edits and we'll leave them in the order that they're in?
Yeah, that's fine,
Okay.
yeah.
What about, I'm sorry, what about back to your work settings concern, what about specialty areas? Advocate for a balance in specialty areas, or?
So advocate for a balance in specialty areas, yeah.
Because because you're educational audiologist versus, or educational speech language pathologist.
So specialty areas.
Versus medical, versus.
For members of the board during the appointment process, because right after your appointment process and it's over, right? Like, right now, it's what you want to advocate for to the governor's office or the speaker's office or whatever. And then to achieve more balanced input into board decision and their impacts on different work settings. Then we don't use work settings twice. And by the way, like on a side note, I think it might be helpful if we have a list of speech pathologists that would be interested in this, and then just give it to the governor's office and be like, contact them, they're interested. Because I know they're really looking for people, and it's hard.
Currently, when we get emails about it, we direct them where on the governor's website to apply. So.
Yeah, it's.
I've only seen 2, maybe, and.
Or like
it's
when
been
you're
empty a year.
out in the in the conferences, like,
The
hey,
outreach.
currently we're looking for a speech pathologist, preferably in the school field, and if you're interested, contact us and then we'll give you your information too. Do you have a separate contact to the appointments?
No, we only have the
Division?
one.
What's the question?
Does she have a separate contact to the appointments department in the governor's office?
We have a contact, yeah. We talk to the appointments secretary's office.
Right.
And that person usually does contact me when they're going through the process, through the recruitment process. And, but as Cherise said, we typically direct people to that process, like to the governor's
Yeah.
website. And we do try to maintain communication.
Yeah, yeah, okay.
But we're pretty much separated
Yeah.
from that process. We have commented in the past on what we're looking for, what the board needs, and
Yeah.
that kind of thing.
Okay, yeah, because it's not, I don't think it's just the governor's office, it's the speaker's office and all
Right,
this. Because
right.
I'm not the governor appointee.
That's correct, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, and the only appointees for the Assembly and the Senate are the public
Public
members that
members.
should not be
Right.
licensed members.
Mhm.
So we do have one that's a licensed member, but the other two are not meant to be licensed. And I believe there's even a bill, right? Is it a bill? There was something to start making it so you couldn't be a licensee of some other board, so you had to be a true public member and not a licensee of anything.
Yeah, but to be clear, we also talk to those offices. For instance, I recently had a conversation with the Senate office about our
Yeah.
vacancy. But these issues with the licensees are usually dealing with the governor's appointment
Yeah,
secretary.
yeah. Okay.
Yeah, for me, because I'm one of the more recent people, I didn't look into this myself at all. I was just out of the blue contacted by the governor.
By the governor's office? Oh, okay. I mean, they just Googled you.
I'm just famous. Infamous.
That was infamous.
Sorry.
I think we need a couple letters in front of that.
Okay.
So are we good with all the changes for goal number 4?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. We'll go to goal number 5. The board is committed to efficiently and effectively utilizing resources and personnel to meet its goals and objectives. And here we're looking at 3 objectives. Also, let me know if you have any questions on those specific objectives.
Now that your staff is where it's at, 5.1 could probably go down in the line a little bit, although it's always important to keep staffed,
Yeah.
but
Well-
at least that's not a critical issue at the moment.
Uh-huh.
Well, let me just kind of explain that part. We are allocated staff. No, I just want to be really clear that we were celebrating that all our vacancies are filled. But the subject of having enough positions, may be a different topic. I'll give you for instance. Maria handles
Back to the
regulations, and she has a whole list of regs that we'd like to get done, but she's just one person. So I'm constantly telling her what the priorities are, and there's usually about 6 priorities, right? And she can only work on a couple of these at a time, so I think we do need to look at our staffing
So-
levels.
And as a reminder, it wasn't that long ago that we had a part-time person that was permanent intermittent part-time, and that person mostly did just legislation. So that took, during the legislative season, all that work away from Maria, which is great. So then, of course, now when legislative season starts up again, she's got to divert all her attention, at least most days, to okay, what's coming at us, what's coming down the pike, make sure there's nothing urgent you guys need to take a position on. And that's kind of an ongoing, pretty much at least half-time. For some boards, it's full-time, sometimes, some boards, it's 2 of them. So those are kind of things to think about. We just happened to be extremely lucky at that time, and we're able to swing that. But that was, being able to get more authorized positions that are funded for the board.
I think, Paul, this when you're meaning, yes, you have, but you want more positions, right, on your.
Right.
Yeah. So you typically have to write, I forget, one of these things to the state. It's like a WFRFP, not a
Budget change
BCPs.
proposal.
budget change proposal.
Yes.
Yes. So, okay.
And I would assume that these needs fluctuate from every 4-year period anyway.
Oh, and once you write one, it's like
So they're going to
permanent.
change all the time, so defining it and all that seems like appropriate wording.
Yeah, the resources tend to trickle in. I mean, you could identify that you need 10, if you really need 10, and then you're only granted, a fraction of that. So you have to come back next year and ask. Because you have to have, workload justification, you have to have funding and all those, important things that are required to justify what you're doing.
Can you explain number 3?
Yes.
Appropriate oversight.
I think as the board office continues to grow, we're structured right now for a small office. We have one person who's supervising most of the staff. So we need additional managers in our office to actually oversee the staff and provide effective supervision and oversight. That's what we're talking about.
So the extra managers would require a BCP?
Yes.
Oh, got it, okay. So would 1 and 3 kind of together hand in hand, so maybe it should be?
Sometimes, but they're a little bit separate.
Mhm.
And oftentimes obtaining more, let's just go with supervisory positions and managerial positions, at least in my past experience, requires kind of outside studies and different things. So sometimes in order to get the justification necessary, it's a little bit different of a process than just, I have this workload, it takes this many hours, hey, budget guys, I need, this one position to do this. And it's kind of, it's separate enough to really kind of merit a question mark, for
Yeah.
at least in my organizational development mind, like how we are operating. We've grown from 8 to 11, 13 staff, 12 staff?
14.4.
14.6, but minus us 2, so
Six,
12. So you've grown, and we want to keep growing in order to meet the demands and continue to meet the objectives, but you're no longer just managing, 6 people or 7 people, and suddenly it's happened to many organizations. Suddenly you have 30 staff, or 28 or whatever, but you only have 1 manager. You need more managers. You have like 2, it's too bottom heavy and not enough.
Right.
At that level.
The managers, are you looking for like SSMs or like the executive?
It's usually, well, it depends. It depends on the level of staff. That's why you have to evaluate the type of staff you have. But in our case, it would probably likely be managers.
Managers like SSM positions? Okay, and those require like a study and all that stuff?
Most often, that's what we've seen, that boards are
Okay.
successful in that endeavor in a different route than just the regular, I need additional staff.
Okay.
So
How about AGPAs?
those usually are regular budget change proposals.
Okay.
I have a certain amount of workload, it's at this level, I can justify this.
Uh-huh.
I have all the, for lack of a better word, widgets, this is how much I need done, this is how many hours it takes, I need this many staff. That's a budget change
Okay.
proposal. When you get to managers, it's a lot different, and you need to justify, why do you need to expand this organizational structure?
Right.
And so there are firms that help with that analysis.
This type of objective, I think the importance here is that we're basically, as a board, saying, this is what the office needs. And we have workload. We're still going to go to the Department of Finance and ask for funding to address our workload. But it means more when the board is behind it and the board says, I need you to go and get the adequate resources so that when we're asking the powers that be, we say, this is part of the board's, goal and objective in our strategic plan. So I think it's also important to identify that. But I do think that your point on those two being related is, I think they are related, because when you start identifying the additional work, you need people to manage those staff.
So would 5.3, would it be helpful if we say review organizational structure to ensure appropriate oversight of the board's operations, such as a managerial position, like a staff service manager, right, SSM?
That's what I am.
Would that be helpful?
Yeah.
That's-
So just to identify it more specifically.
Yeah, so that way, because if you're sending this goes to the Consumer Affairs
They'll get a copy, yeah.
Okay, yeah, so, if us as a board is suggesting, hey, SLIPA would benefit from an SSM position, you can kind of mention that in your BCP if you were to write one, right?
Yeah, I think so. And I think that's what we're trying to say there with ensuring the appropriate oversight.
Yeah. Boards.
So if it's coming from the board's point of view, 5.2, I mean, our ultimate goal is to get that taken care of ASAP, because really that's our goal. The other two are related to the staffing in order to do that. So I would put 5.2 as 5.1, and the other two can fall below that, because that would be, in the board's eyes, our main concern. Staffing, yes. If we need staffing, absolutely, in order to fulfill 5.1, if we got to hire staff, if we have to do something, that's obviously falls in line. Does that make sense?
Yes, I think so.
Yep.
I would say there's a few needs that the board has staffing-wise that we currently, Paul and I take care of because there isn't enough staff. So yeah, in order to do if you move that to 5.1 and the other needs of the board, then you would look at, I guess, make it 5.2 and then 5.3.
I have a question on 2. So you're saying using plain language to increase accessibility and user friendliness. Are you implying that just by making, using plain language, that's going to increase the user friendliness and that'll solve the problem? I mean, I see user friendliness as a separate issue and it kind of collects it together because there are things about the website that I think are not user friendly that have nothing to do with plain language, but in how it's organized that I would like to see changed. So I feel like it needs
So
to
maybe
be
we want to,
increase,
yeah.
using plain language to increase accessibility and look at ways at modifying the website to become more user-friendly.
Yeah, I think that this was specifically dealing with the plain language movement in state government.
Okay.
But I think that what you're saying is, let's look at this more broadly.
Right.
And let's tackle the website.
Right.
And part of that would be plain language.
Right.
So
I think plain
we kinda
language is
stated
a
it
big
backwards.
component, but
Yeah,
it also needs to be much more user-friendly as well.
right. So we would probably just want to reverse that somehow?
Well,
Well, improve the board's website to make it more user-friendly while using plain language to increase accessibility. Something along those lines.
Or through use of plain language?
Well, but again, that implies that the plain language is what's going to make it more user-friendly. And I just want it to be clear that it needs to be more user-friendly above and beyond just plain language, because that's only part of the problem.
and part of that will probably be transitioning to the new platform. We are on the old website platform, so the ability to use enhanced functions and visuals and
Yeah, what were those, what was that thing you mentioned before, those little widgets?
oh, for the budget?
Yeah.
When you're talking about widgets, yeah.
When you're putting those on the website and all that, that makes it easier.
Oh, features, and then there's drop-downs, accessibility feature. There's just a lot of different
of stuff. It's
features
not
that we
just
don't
plain
have
language,
on
it's
the
all-
old website platform,
Right.
yeah.
It's all coming.
So it sounds like it's more than just plain language. Do we need to have it as specific in there at this point? To say improve the board's website to increase accessibility and user friendliness? And whatever you determine that is, that's part of the process. Because it could be more than
I like
just plain
Yeah.
language.
Yeah, I like
Your
that.
Widgets and your, all sorts of
But-
navigation tools and
Right.
things like that.
Which I agree, that's clear, but I think to the point of having plain language, because that was a part of what the government was going to, and were you thinking of having that specific language in there to speak to that? Or is that not really necessary and we can just leave that out?
I think it's your plan, so this is what you want us to focus on. Yeah.
I think,
There is the hope to look at inclusivity and accessibility.
yeah.
So I think that is why the plain language is called out. But
I think what Gilda said, improve the board's website to increase accessibility and user friendliness is good. Because I think that kind of includes plain language.
On a different note, it says, just for the goal, that it's committed to efficiently and effectively, and those are kind of terms of measurement, and I'm not really sure how any of them are going to like specifically measure, but I was wondering if there should be something about finances or budget, because I think ultimately that ends up being the way of measuring how efficient or effective some of these things end up being.
Maintain a surplus.
In the main statement.
Would we want to weave that into the two about staffing? Is what you're thinking?
Somewhere, I think just how are you going to measure that it's been efficiently done? Like I think ultimately, I think the outcome measure ends up being finances.
So you're talking about altering basically what would be the vision statement there on top, not
Probably.
necessarily, yeah.
Probably.
Oh, to remove the efficiently and effectively.
Or to modify that so it doesn't have such a quantifiable
Reason.
Oh, so you.
type of
okay.
connotation to it.
I thought you wanted maybe to add something and say,
Either way, I think just if that's what the goal is, I think how are you going to measure that?
Right. Something more vague and less quantifiable is what you're talking.
Now, I mean, with personnel, that would be easy to measure, right? It was like you hire X amount of people for X amount, and you have like, a manager for this many. But the top part, the board is committed, that we can change also?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, yeah,
I was
you
just
can
looking at
change
the
your
other
goal
goals.
statements and everything, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just looking at the other goals. They don't all have a way to be measured. I think each of the individual things that are called out underneath
Educates.
to show that you've met that goal, right? That portion of it that you would have to then have your measurements, right?
Thanks.
Well, like, I don't know how you would measure that you've improved their website, for example, or, I don't know, I guess I just want something about the budget, since that seems to have been a major consideration.
Well, does it come down to, do we really need those two words, right? Or just saying that the board is committed to utilizing resources and personnel to meet its goals and objectives, and just leave them out? Because it's a goal statement, right? And it's, we want to put all the nice little buzzwords in there to, kind of wordsmith it, but is it necessary? Can we just leave it out and move on?
So have it read, the board is committed to utilizing resources and personnel to meet its objectives. Yeah, I do want to add that there's another piece to this puzzle, and that is that we come up with tasks associated with achieving these objectives. So, for instance, how will we know the board website's improved? We may conduct a survey or something along those lines to measure it. Or we may have specific tasks associated with the board website, as Sharice mentioned earlier, using a newer platform, or utilizing plain language when you're putting statements up there. Because we're taking training on plain language too.
Yeah. There's also, it's hard, but there would be ways to kind of try to measure. We get questions all the time that we as staff know they are clearly on the website. People are clearly not going to the website for said information because they just email us. So there could be also, is there the quantifiable part? Is there a reduction in workload of essentially redirecting people right to where it is because they can't find it easily, or they're not figuring it out on their own? I don't think our system is set up to easily quantify that, but it's doable.
Well, I would think that the new platform would have, just for all these new services, every app you have, as soon as you're done using the app, a thing comes up and says, how was your experience? You got 5 stars? And then if you hit yes, and then it all of a sudden asks you to stuff. I'm sure the new platform is going to have a system like that involved in it too.
Well, I guess the point is you have the tasks and all that, and that's true, but you're going to do that whether the vision statement says efficiently and effectively or not.
Right.
Right.
Correct,
It's still going to happen, so it's just the point of, is it necessary to try to define it that way? It's one way or the other, but.
I think 5.1 is demonstrating the commitment to being efficient. You are going to define the staffing levels and if needed, obtain. So that is talking about efficiency within the system. And then reviewing the organizational structure to ensure appropriate oversight of the board's operations. That is effectiveness. Is the board operation effective? So you're demonstrating the efficiency and the effectiveness by hitting 5.1, 5.2, 5.3.
Yeah.
Is the way I read it.
And efficiency is one of our values, so I think it should remain in the statement.
Is it possible that maybe there's also, we put improve the website and board administration? And I hate to overwhelm the outreach and communication section because there's already so many, but
Moving it over.
does it maybe better fit in outreach and communication? And it just, I'm sorry, and Dr. Chambers brought it up that it's an odd, it doesn't quite fit like the others. One of these is not like the others. So,
Yes.
is it maybe that it belongs over in outreach and communication? Sorry. Not that you wanted to play bingo again, but you know.
Yes, I think that's,
Number 7.
So we're,
Maybe moving it to goal 3 and then looking at those priorities and just determining where on the website goes. Sorry.
I'll just make it number 7.
yeah, we just,
I'm going to shrink in my chair now.
yeah,
Yeah?
I think that works.
Okay.
what was it?
She was like,
It'll be number 7.
Number 7.
And it'll go into goal 3. And so 5.2
Can't have a number
would
7?
end up being 3.7 in goal 3.
I'm just saying it can't be number 7. It can't be less important than all the things we were discussing yesterday about OTC and, you know.
Oh, yeah.
So it can't be number 7.
That's right.
So,
Okay.
it's just from yesterday's conversation, it sounds like number 7 should continue to be, or the last
Yeah.
one should be OTC
Okay.
hearing aids.
What,
But
do
it
we
could be
even need to
3.6.
have an OT in there? Hearing aid dispensers, do you even need to have the over-the-counter hearing aids to increase consumer
I
awareness?
think there's some, I
Yes.
think there is some value in maintaining, communicating the limitations of it, yes.
Okay,
I think there is some value to it,
So
whether
then-
it's, big deal, but there is some value to it.
And especially where they should go to complain. We aren't getting much in that end, but in case it becomes a problem, where do they go?
okay, and then just to
Well,
put,
in terms of outreach, I think
What
that
about
the
number-
website is,
yeah, I would say the website is related to numbers 3 and 4
Yeah.
already. So I would imagine it would go somewhere right in there.
so the website would be number 5. The school speech therapist concerns would be number 6.
what are we going?
And then the OTC would be number 7.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
so this would be number, so the website.
Great job, Karen.
Would be number.
She wins number bingo today.
So the website would be number 3.5. And then the speech therapist concerns from the educational standpoint would be number 6, so 3.6. And then the OTC would be 3.7, right? And then for goal 5, it would just be, we'll get rid of 5.2, and then it'll just be 2 of them. And then, Sharice, do you think it's helpful if we do for review organizational structure to ensure appropriate oversight of the board's operations, such as obtaining a SSM or?
You know what we could say there? We could say oversight of the board's operation and supervision of staff.
Supervision of
So
staff,
that
okay.
it's directed at that and not just somebody overseeing a project.
Right.
But actually supervising
Supervision of
people.
staff. Okay. Just, I haven't been in the state in so long. Does AGPA supervise staff?
No.
No? Okay.
And the board is largely made up of associate governmental program analysts, or AGPAs, and staff service analysts. So most of licensing and most of enforcement is at those levels.
Okay.
And then we have a special investigator that coordinates enforcement. And then I am the manager over everyone except for, obviously, Paul is my boss.
Right.
And then our enforcement coordinator reports to Paul.
Okay.
So
But it's
any
not a manager.
classification that
But he's not-
supervisory would have the
Not a
word
supervisor.
supervisor in it or manager. So whatever, all the classifications usually have that word in them,
Yeah,
if they can supervise people or manage.
okay.
And our board only has one, that's me.
Like an SS, just so you're an SSM.
Yep, SSM one.
Okay. So you want another SSM one?
Yes.
Yes, got it. Okay.
Most boards of our size end up getting to that level of organizational structure as they grow.
Okay.
So then for 5, we're just going to leave 1 and make 3, 2, and leave 1, 1, is that what we're doing?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
And then for 5.1.
Quick before Sharice decides to move something else. Let's go.
And then for 5.1, do we want to put through the BCP process or no? Or is that
You
just
don't need to.
obvious?
I think
It's
you're
obvious.
okay.
Okay.
It's pretty much the only way we can get them.
Yeah, we may want to put obtain additional staffing through the budget process to achieve, that way it's distinguished from getting temporary help staff.
Oh, well, yeah, you could say through the budget process. You wouldn't have to
Yeah.
say the budget change.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Through the budget process to achieve.
So that is the end of our goals. Unless anyone has anything else to add. And I think the plan is to come back with the revisions and present it to you again to get it approved, right?
That way we can end the year strong. We'll have a nice, clean copy for you to review and then go ahead and go from there. And hopefully just
I'm
not
sorry, I'd
any
like to
typos
just
in there.
be really clear on the verbiage, just as we have in the previous goal sections. So goal 5.2 is now moving to 3.5, correct?
Yes.
And how is that, can you read that, please, Sharice? Ms. Burns, sorry?
Wait, do you want the number sequence or or the wording?
The wording.
The wording,
It's
okay.
confirmed that's moving to 3.5.
So
right?
improve the board's website to increase accessibility and make it more user-friendly.
Okay.
Oh, that got,
No, I have improved the board's website to increase accessibility and user-friendliness.
Right.
Yes, okay,
Yeah,
That's it.
we just took out the words.
Yeah.
okay.
did we leave plain language?
No, we
Yes,
we
okay.
decided on user-friendliness is the same as,
Yeah.
it's like an example of.
Okay.
That would encompass that as well.
My notes had a few different arrows going different ways, so.
Did you want any other clarification,
Yes,
Gilda?
and then goal 5, can we go over the two as they are going to be presented?
Did you get it, Sharice, or do you? want-
Sorry, nope, I was trying to finalize my notes. Sorry, what was the next comment?
I can read goal 1, define necessary staffing levels and if needed, obtain additional staffing through the budget process to achieve the board's goals and mission. Yeah.
Okay, and then.
Thank you for clarifying, because I had through the budget process in a different spot. I would put somewhere else.
5.2, review the organizational structure to ensure appropriate oversight of board operations and supervision of staff. And we could wordsmith that.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you all for the work on that. That's going to be really helpful.
All right, so we finished the board discussion. At this time, am I asking for an approval, or you want us to? Okay, so we'll skip that part, okay. And there's no public comment, and there's no roll call vote, since we have not made a motion at this
Correct.
time. Okay, so we'll go ahead. Move on. Thank you. Now we'll move to agenda item number 17. I will ask Ms. Lorenzo to provide the regulatory report for this section.
Can I say something, Maria? Earlier, I referred to the list of regulations that Maria had gone over when I was answering your question. I just realized we haven't done that yet. So we're going to talk about the regulations now, and you'll see what I was talking about.
Thank you, Ms. Dominguez and Paul. First item in my report is the SLIPA supervision requirements. The regulatory proposal was approved and filed with the Secretary of State by the Office of Administrative Law on March 19, 2024. These regulations became effective on July 1st. And for more information, you're welcome to visit the webpage. This regulatory change permits telesupervision as direct supervision of SLIPA, requires a higher level of supervision during the first 90 days following the SLIPA's initial licensure, requires both a minimum level experience and professional development training and supervision before SLP can supervise a SLIPA, permit the supervision of 3 full-time equivalent support personnel not to exceed 6 at any time, incorporates by reference a revised form, and revises the notice of termination form. The second item in the report is the continuing education requirements for hearing aid dispensers. This regulatory proposal was approved and filed with the Secretary of State by OAL on August 14th. These regulations will become effective on October 1st, 2024. For more information, please visit the webpage in the report. This proposed regulatory change will increase the number of continuing educations for hearing aid dispensers in related or indirect client care courses, permit other opportunities to fulfill continuing education requirements, and align these regulations with continuing professional development requirements the board has for other licensees. The next item on the report is the continuing professional development requirements for SLPs and audiologists. This regulatory proposal was initially noticed to the public on October 6, 2023. The board approved final responses to public comments on July 18th, and it was submitted to OAL for review on July 26th. Board staff expects a response from OAL by September 10th, and if approved, will become effective January 1st, 2025. This proposed regulatory change will clarify definition to reflect advancements made to SLP and audiology continuing professional development courses delivered online, increase the number of self-study hours to half of the total required hours, remove limitations to the number of hours that can be obtained from courses that are related to the practice of SLP and audiology, increase the number of hours that can be obtained from indirect patient-client care courses to 25%, permit other opportunities to fulfill CPD requirements, and clarify current regulations by making requirements consistent with the board's audit process and professional learning requirements for similar license type and course content. Item D is advertising for hearing aid dispensing. This regulatory proposal was initially noticed to the public on November 17, 2023. My report does say that it was submitted to agency for final review on July 25th, but I'm happy to announce that it was submitted to OAL on August 28th. Board staff expects a response from OAL by October 11th, 2024, and if approved, it will become effective January 1, 2025. This proposed regulatory change will clarify that anyone licensed to dispense hearing aids can advertise the fitting and selling of hearing aids in accordance with Business and Professions Code Section 651 and CCR Section 1399.127. Information required in advertisement, prohibited advertisements, and national advertisements disseminated in California. Item E is processing times. This regulatory proposal is in the preparing regulatory package phase and requires review and approval by the board. I do have a separate memo and materials for discussion. This proposed change will remove processing time and references to processing time in multiple regulation section. Item F is approve institution. The board approved revisions to the proposed text on August 25th, 2023. As of August 9th, 2024, board staff is preparing the regulatory package for departmental review. This proposed regulatory change will permit the board to review and approve accrediting bodies who wish to provide accreditation to programs where individuals can complete their academic and clinical requirements for licensure in the practices of speech-language pathology or audiology. Item G is the hearing aid dispensers trainee and temporary licensee supervision. The board approved revisions to the proposed regulatory text on August 25th, 2023. As of March 20th, 2024, Board staff is preparing the regulatory package for departmental review. This proposed regulatory change will clarify that supervision is required for the entire duration of the trainee or temporary license, specify different levels of supervision, require a higher level of supervision during the first 90 days of supervision, specify task and knowledge supervisors must provide to trainees, require supervisors to complete a training and supervision, specify criteria to request a waiver to supervise more than one trainee or temporary license holder, make requirements applicable to all temporary license types who require supervision, and make requirements applicable to all license type who can supervise. Next item is fingerprinting requirement. The board approved revisions to the proposed regulatory text on May 13th, 2022. As of September 28th, 2022, board staff is preparing the regulatory package for departmental review. This proposed regulatory change will require licensees who were initially licensed prior to January 1, 1999, or for whom an electronic fingerprint record does not exist, to be fingerprinted as a condition of renewal. Next item I, is audiology licensing requirements related to supervised clinical experiences. The board approved revisions to the regulatory text on December 1st, 2023. As of May 29, 2024, board staff is preparing the regulatory package for departmental review. This proposed regulatory change will codify the number of hours of supervised clinical practice required for audiology licensure applicants who have completed an audiology doctoral program. And the last item in the report is the general application requirements and hearing aid dispensing and dispensing audiologist exam requirements. The board approved revisions to the proposed regulatory text on December 1st, 2023. As of April 19th, 2024, board staff is preparing the regulatory package for departmental review. This proposed regulatory change will codify general application requirements such as the expedited licensure process, make current the written and practical examination process, codify the written and practical examination application forms and their examination fees, change the practical examination appeal deadline, specify a deadline for the board to notify an applicant of its decision on their practical exam appeal, and change the hearing aid dispenser examination requirement for applicants of a dispensing audiology license. And as attachment is the stages of the regulatory process.
Sorry about that. Thank you for your presentation. Go back to that. I'd like to now open up for board discussion on the items presented by Ms. Lorenzo before we go into the discussion item for item 17E. So it's any board discussion on A through D and F through J.
I have a comment about Spencer's training. G, I received a letter that I want to submit for future discussion, but it does relate to G, and it might relate to no, mainly G. And I want to submit that letter, and it has to do with the it came from a gentleman by the name Dr. Tom Tedeschi. He works on the federal level with a lot of the rules and regulations. And he works for Amplifone, which I believe still owns, the story is, still owns Miracle Ear, so they have lots of hearing aid dispensers and audiologists that shift from state to state. So he put together a letter, and he just wants to see if we want to address some of his concerns with modifying supervision and trainee timeframes and testing. And so I don't know if that'll be directly related to G, but I do want to bring that up at this time. And I guess I'll submit that with you when we talk about future meeting items. Is that correct? Okay, good.
thank you.
Thanks.
Any other board discussion? Okay, there's no public comment. We will move to Ms. Lorenzo presenting information to the board on agenda item 17E.
Thank you, Ms. Dominguez. This proposed regulatory change will remove processing time and any references to processing times in multiple regulation sections. In October 2021, the board adopted proposed regulatory text to remove section 1399.13 and 1399.151 through a section 100 rulemaking process. However, these sections did not qualify for that process because the authority relied upon. So we're moving through a formal rulemaking process to repeal those sections. Government Code Section 15376 of the Permit Reform Act requires state agencies to adopt regulations regarding their procedures for considering and issuing permits, which is why those sections were adopted. However, the Permit Reform Act was repealed by Assembly Bill 1757 in 2003. Therefore, it's not necessary for us to specify processing times. Board staff does not find it necessary to state or update the information because processing time will vary for a variety of reasons, which includes expediting process, seasonal increases and decreases in application submission or the submission of incomplete applications. The board does provide timeframes for processing time on its website in accordance to Business and Profession Code 139.5, which we do have an internal policy of updating that on a weekly basis. We, as part of the rulemaking process, we did identify some changes to the text, which is summarized on page 2 of 2. So we made changes to section 1399.141 to add a comma after training in subsection A5. We revised subsection A5A to replace 2 years, 2 year with apostrophe S with 2 years of. We revised subsection C to replace 30 days with 30 days written out. Let's see, remove the reference to processing time at the end of the section. And then we also made some changes in section 1399.153.2 to replace gender pronoun in subsection 8. So we would like the board to review the changes and determine whether or not to amend and approve the revised regulatory language. And we do have suggested motion language there.
Thank you. I'd like to open up for board discussion. Any questions, any comments? Okay, hearing none, I might like to ask for a motion and a second. And there is suggested motion language on page 202 of agenda item 17E.
I move to approve the proposed regulatory text for 16 CCR sections 1399.113, 1399.141, 1399.151.1, 1399.153.2, 1399.160.6, 1399.170.4, and 1399.170.13, with changes discussed at this meeting. We direct staff to submit the text to the Director of the Department of Consumer Affairs and the Business Consumer Affairs and Housing Agency for review, authorize the executive officer to take all steps necessary to initiate the rulemaking process, make any non-substantive changes to the package, and set the matter for hearing if requested. If no adverse comments are received during the 45-day comment period and no hearing is requested, Authorize the executive officer to take all steps necessary to complete the rulemaking, including any non-substantive changes to the package, and adopt the proposed regulations at 16 CCR Sections 1399.113, 1399.141, 1399.151.1, 1399.153.2, 1399.160.6, 1399.170.4, and 1399.170.13 as noticed.
May we have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. And there was no one present for public comment in the room. And at this time, I'd like to ask Ms. Burns to conduct the roll call vote.
Absolutely. Ms. Dominguez?
Aye.
Dr. White? Aye. Mr. Borges?
Aye.
Ms. Chang?
Aye.
Mr. Dandurand?
Aye.
Dr. Sanders?
Aye.
Dr. Chambers?
Aye.
And the motion carries.
Thank you. Moving on to agenda item 18, legislative report, update, review, and possible action on proposed legislation. I'd like to ask Ms. Lorenzo to provide the legislative report.
Thank you, Ms. Dominguez. First item in my report is the legislative calendar and deadlines. As you'll notice, the legislative session is over, and it is a 2-year session, so they are going to be ending sunny dine November 30th. And so the governor has some deadlines to approve legislations that were passed by the legislator. We're looking at a September 30th for anything that was in his possession on and after September 1st, 2024. Legislations that he does sign will go into effect January 1st, 2025, unless otherwise stated in the legislation. The new legislator will begin their organization session of December 2nd, 2024. Next item is legislation implementation. We have AB 883 regarding expedited licensure for the Skilled Bridge program. This bill would additionally require the board to expedite the process for applicant who supply evidence to the board that they are an active duty member of the regular component of the armed forces and enrolled in the Department of Defense Skill Bridge program starting July 1st, 2024. All online and paper applications and registrations were updated, and stakeholders were notified of the changes to all the forms on August 19, 2024. The next item in the report is board-sponsored legislation. We have SB 1526. It is the omnibus bill. This bill was engrossed and enrolled on August 31st, 2024, so it is on its way to the governor's office. This bill will require the graduation from a SLPA associate degree program or equivalent course of study approved by the board and refer to a hearing aid dispenser's license instead of a hearing aid dispenser's license as it relates to hearing aid dispensers and dispensing audiologists. And then this bill makes other numerous technical and clarifying changes to programs in DCA. And then we do have several watch bills that I won't go into detail, but I will highlight some that have died, which is AB 1028 and AB 2269. Let's see. AB 1028 was reporting of crimes and mandated reporters. AB 2269 is board membership qualification, public members. And then AB 2862 regarding license and African-American applicants. We also have AB 3127, reporting of crimes mandated reporter, and SB 808 regarding licensing boards, disqualification from licensure, criminal convictions. So those have all died. Everything else, let's see, have either been chaptered or on their way to the governor's office. Bills that have been chaptered are AB 1900, consumer refunds non-disclosure agreements. We also have AB 2011, unlawful employment practices, small employer family leave mediation program, reproductive loss. And then we also have 2908, shareholders meetings, remote communication. And then we do have languages of chapter bills and bills that were amended since the last time the board has seen them.
And then one bill that was brought to our attention by a DCA meeting was SB 1451. It's a professions and vocations bill that's for other boards, but included is medical board, and it would add the initials DO to the list of prohibited terms under the Medical Practice Act, and the using the word doctor or physician, the letters or prefix doctor, and the initials MD or OD or any other terms implying that the person is a physician. It does have some exemptions in it, but it was worth taking a look at since we have doctors of audiology, which most of you use AUD, but when you shorten it, most often we say Dr. Dr. White. So it was just something we thought we should bring up and make sure we're aware of, and we'll see where it goes, I presume, to the governors. It's already on its way to the governor, so.
Yeah, I think that'll be an important one. If I remember correctly, in the advertising guidelines, it was okay to say Dr. Amy White AUD or Dr. Amy White audiologist, or it wasn't. I can't remember because I think we went back and forth on that a few times, so it'd just be worth clarifying once this goes through, if that's the case, and you can no longer do that at all.
And that's what we were thinking is let's
Yeah.
bring it up. A little late in the game because it was not a bill that normally we'd be watching, the med board's bills. But when they brought it up at a meeting, it was like, oh, hold up. We might need to check our advertising and then our other areas, and so.
Yep.
Just wanted to make sure we added it, so.
All right, any other further board discussion? Any comments or questions?
Wait, I have one more question about that. I'm sorry. Am I reading it? How do you read it? Prohibitive terms. Prohibit a person from using the words. Like you can't say the words out loud, or like you can't put them in writing. Like I can no longer introduce myself as Dr. White.
It definitely says for the use in any sign, business card, or letterhead at the beginning of it, so advertisements. It's definitely trying to talk about advertising. And I believe there's a section in there that talks about an exception. Page 5 of 6. So subsection.
It'll be the last set
B4.
of documents in that package for the actual text of the law.
So if you go to the last one, it says a person holding a current and active, let's start with B. It notwithstanding, any of the following persons may use the word doctor or a prefix. So it's saying these are the excluded folks. And it says a person holding a current and active license under another chapter of this division or in any initiative act referred to in this division to the extent the use of the title is consistent with the act governing the practice of that license. And then a person whose use of the word doctor or the prefix doctor is not associated with any claim of entitlement to practice medicine or any other professional service for which the use of the title would be untrue or misleading. So it sounds like a doctor of audiology could use it, but maybe we need to make sure because of the way it's saying it that it's DR dot, and then you're saying of audiology somewhere in there, or the AUD has to be with it. I think we're gonna make sure we get clarification and make sure, since we're working on advertising on the hearing aid side, that we also look at advertising on the speech side in the coming years, and that well, speech and audiology side, so that we make sure we're using these terms properly and that we're not violating this.
Yeah, and one thing that, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead. One thing that is clear is that this section of law is protecting the titles of physician, surgeon, and they're trying to address people that are holding themselves out to be physicians and surgeons. So you're using the title appropriately, and you're covered in the Practice Act as Doctor of Audiology.
Is there a way to reach out to the optometry board to see what they're going to do?
As far as?
Because they're optometrists and they call themselves doctors. What's their plan? Is there a way to look and see what others in the similar professions are doing?
I think what Paul's saying is we're already covered, so it's not.
It's not an issue?
I think by this exception that we're covered, but I want to clarify it and make sure that when we're talking about your advertising guidelines, our guidelines conform to the way this is legally read to mean.
Right.
So that we're not oopsing, right? So that you don't just say Dr. White, but it's Dr. White, audiologist, or however legal says that it would really be in compliance.
Right, and I'm pretty certain it's already that. Dr. White, audiologist, or doctor of audiology, or, that, I'm almost certain it says already, you can't just say Dr. Amy White, because I'm not that kind of doctor, right? So I think that's already in there, but then I think the question is, can you even say that now, Dr. Amy White, audiologist, or?
And that's what I would like to clarify. So we just want to make sure we're keeping it an eye on it, and then checking with our legal, and then as we update advertising rules for our licensees. Because there's also speech pathologists that have their doctorate, and they say doctor as well. So, not that it's required for licensure, but.
And it's becoming a lot more common.
Is this the language that the governor's signing?
It's at the governor's office.
Okay.
So I don't know if the governor's
So,
signing it, but because there's multiple DCA boards on this Professions Act.
And everybody did see the language, right, that's attached to this? So it's, the language in blues, no person shall use the word doctor or physician. The letters or prefixes doctor, I won't read it again, but implying that the person is a physician and surgeon, or practitioner in a healthcare setting that would lead a reasonable patient to determine the person is a licensed MD or DO. And then at the end of that, a person holding a current and active license under another chapter of this division or any initiative act referred to in this division to the extent the use of the title is consistent with the act governing the practice of that license. So I think it's clear, but I agree with Sharice. We're going to look at it and just make sure. Seems pretty clear, though.
I have a question, and I was just following the lead of my predecessor. So, for example, I know this is for advertising and communications, but for the sake of this meeting, am I okay then to use the prefixes when I'm announcing, Charles Sanders and White? So am I able to do that still? Would that change that?
We would want to clarify all of
As
it,
well,
like how we're
all of
saying it. I mean, this is all about advertising business cards and letterhead, but it's worth asking legally.
Yeah, and I don't think that's a restriction. That's a designation that they've earned.
Right.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to make sure it says using the word.
We're not
So
misleading the
sure.
public by saying they're MDs or DOs. We have an MD here, and it's clear that that's her title. Yeah,
Okay. Just wanted to make sure.
sure.
We'll just want to make sure we're in compliance. That's why we added in there. When we were on the meeting and then somebody mentioned it, and I was like, whoa, say that again.
Yeah, it can be confusing when you hear it.
And that's why at first blush, I was like, oh, we have a problem, Houston. And then it was, once I read it, I was like, oh, okay. I think we're okay, but we'll just want to double check and make sure we're in alignment. Compliance.
Any other further board discussion, comments, questions? And there's no one present for public comment. So for those listening in. Moving on to agenda item 19, legislative items for future meeting. Wanted to ask if there are any legislative items that the board wants to present for future meetings.
We don't have any at the moment.
Any other further board discussion, comments, questions? And there's no one present for public comment in the room. So
Is-
we'll move, oh,
Is this the point where for future agendas, you would like me to submit this to the executive officer, is that correct? I did email this to
Yeah.
Sharice. There's a copy for each. If I can just add my 2 cents to this, I've known this gentleman for a long time. I asked him to put this together. I do not agree with everything that's on there. But I said, I will submit it for you, and we will have a discussion relating to it, so.
Okay.
I
Okay.
thank you. Accept it.
What the items are, future agenda items, so we know what they are?
Usually you want to, just at least the topics. If, John, if you could go over
I
just
could
the
just tell you
topic titles.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Samara?
Do you want me to just read the underlined part
Sure.
here? Okay. There are 2 copies of the same document, right?
Yes.
Okay. And it just says recommended regulatory changes to support hearing healthcare patients or provider workforce, and it seems to be on the topic of trainees, hearing aid dispensing trainees.
What was that? Okay.
I guess my question is there anything on that list that we should consider being a part of the Hearing Aid Dispensers Committee
I
for the
think,
next meeting, or are we going to just wait and then talk about it the next one, then the one following that?
I think the proper protocol would be for us to talk about it, because we want to prioritize agenda items and then go from there. And not talk about the topic because it's not agendized. So we're just
Right.
presenting the topic for us to
Okay.
consider for the next meeting.
All right.
And just per the administrative procedure manual that we have, that's why John's submitting it to the board chair for consideration at a future meeting. That way it can move forward.
Received, thank you. All right, and there's no one present for public comment. We're moving on to agenda item 20. I'd like to ask the board members and staff, are there any future agenda items that they would like to propose for a future meeting? Well, that was
Which is
presented
what I just-
under, I didn't move to, I was on 19.
My bad.
So I took it. So I want to make
Sorry.
sure I'm following my agenda.
I jumped the gun.
Okay, so now we do have this that has been presented and received regarding the recommendation, a recommended regulatory change to support hearing healthcare patients and provider workforce. All right, there's no public comment. So, hearing none, we will move to adjourn our meeting at 2:20.
It's a wrap.
Right on the dot. Thank you. It changed right away.